never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Americans expect to spend more money on Christmas gifts this year. Those surveyed in a new poll from Gallup anticipate they'll shell out $932. The predicted increase comes despite record high inflation that has driven up the cost of everyday items. It's the 4th anniversary of the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in U.S. history. It happened in Pittsburgh, and President Biden is praising the community for coming together following the tragedy in which an alleged white supremacist killed 11 worshipers at a synagogue in 2018. New news is out regarding the gross domestic product.
America's gross domestic product increased 0.6% after 2 quarters of decline, but key components continue to show an economic downturn. The third quarter figures were skewed by international trade components, which often exhibit big swings from one period to the next. Michael Gapin, chief U.S. economist for Bank of America, says it won't take much further slowing from here to tip the economy into a recession. End quote. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Mortgage rates are increasing yet again. Freddie Mac says the 30-year rate went up to 7.08% this week. That's more than double what it was this time last year. It comes as the Fed Reserve has been hiking interest rates in a bid to fight soaring inflation this year. Another interest rate hike is expected next week. President Biden spent part of his Thursday commending a Micron technology plant in upstate New York for its plan to build a new computer chip fabrication plant. Speaking in Syracuse, Biden saying it's one of the most significant investments the country has ever seen. Biden now at his Delaware home. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Cyber Director Chris Ingalls and Deputy National Security Advisor for Cyber and Emergency Technology Ann Neuberger appeared at a Center for Strategic and International Studies event to discuss U.S. cybersecurity. Neuberger says a key challenge is to prioritize the many threats the country faces.
It's not correct to treat everybody and everything the same because there's a spectrum of risk, and we need to ensure that the security requirements match the risk in that area.
A second railroad union on Wednesday voted against a tentative labor agreement negotiated in part by the Biden administration. It's an effort to avoid a nationwide rail strike in November that would endanger the national supply chain. Wisconsin Republican Congressman Brian Stile speaks about a possible strike on Fox Business.
This is the Biden administration further demonstrating their incompetence and kicking the can down the road past the midterms. Past the midterms, we're facing the headwinds of a potential rail strike.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says the administration is urging negotiations to avoid a shutdown, which could halt around 40% of the United States' long-distance trade. Week 8 of the NFL season kicks off Thursday night with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers hosting the Baltimore Ravens. Kickoff set for just after 8:15 p.m. on Amazon Prime. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
There you go. That's my cue. All righty, let's get the party started as we roll into a Friday. How about that? Yeah, weekend. Here comes the weekend. What's on the slate? I know baseball fans are looking. Game 1 of the World Series. The big show gets underway Friday evening. Astros, Phillies. I believe first pitch is at 7:30. 7:30, so I'll double check on that. Yeah, Game 1 World Series gets underway tonight. Have to pull up the score. Thursday night football. We kicked off, is it weekend number 8 of the NFL season? Yeah, that game should have wrapped up here just a short time ago. So we'll pull up the numbers there. All right, we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone, so we're into the 28th day of October. This officially, you can call it Halloween weekend. Halloween coming up Monday, right? The trick-or-treaters out and about. What's the weather looking like for our trick-or-treaters, our ghosts and goblins? Coming up Monday evening. We'll break it all down for you here as we get things underway. It's a full 5 hours. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. I should say the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Our secret bunker here in Southwest Ohio, the Home 20. Of course, we track what's going on around the country for our drivers out there. It's been a pretty good week for freight hauling around the country. Haven't had a whole lot of weather issues. Tonight, not too bad. We do have that storm system that's bringing some rains, even some stronger storms. At this hour, north central Texas and southwest portions of Oklahoma. A little bit of rain all the way up into south side of Oklahoma City as well. There are some additional showers and thunderstorms, kind of down toward the Houston area. But we'll break it all down for you here. Maybe the most widespread day for gusty to severe thunderstorm activity is, well, pretty much Thursday night. Well, so as we speak, forecasters kind of focused on western and central portions of Texas and Oklahoma tonight. Now, earlier this past evening, severe storms were already moving through Texas. 1.5-inch diameter hail in CV, Texas. Main threats overnight will be strong wind gusts and some localized incidents of hail and flash flooding. There is that zone where we've got severe thunderstorm watches in place. Again, north central Texas and just a couple counties in southwestern Oklahoma at this hour, right in that zone where we see some of those stronger storms. But as the storms continue their southeastward trek, greatest risk for severe thunderstorms or some localized flooding is going to converge along the Gulf Coast and the Interstate 10 corridor from eastern Texas over toward the Florida Panhandle between now and through the weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Now, in that zone, severe weather will be, it's not going to be widespread. You'll have a few strong storms here and there, but some of those capable of producing some flash flooding, some high winds, and a tornado or waterspout cannot be ruled out. Most far-reaching impact beyond tonight is really going to be the soaking rainfall. They need some rain. The drought monitor says much of the central Gulf Coast is abnormally dry, even some in severe drought conditions. But we're going to be talking generally 1 to 2 inches of rain, some areas 2 to 4 inches from central Texas and Oklahoma, eventually over to central and southern Alabama and western portions of the Florida Panhandle as we head toward the weekend. Some regional flooding problems in urban areas. Bulk of the heavy rain this past day, and as we head into Friday, stretching from Dallas to Houston to Austin and San Antonio, Texas. Yeah, that'll be through the upcoming day. Rain probably holds off for New Orleans till maybe Friday night. Reaching Birmingham probably not till maybe Saturday evening or Saturday night. And eventually rains will make it all the way over toward the Atlanta metro area, probably not till Sunday. So for some in the southeast, definitely a good start in maybe first half of the weekend. Of course, we've got a lot of Friday night football on slate later on tonight. A big college football weekend coming on. Some big games on the slate. Yeah, historically low water levels along the Mississippi. The bad news with this particular system, most of the rain is going to fall in areas that will not ultimately feed into the Mississippi. Now, we mentioned last evening the Ohio River is actually the largest tributary to the Mississippi. Most of the rain's going to fall south of that region, the watershed there. But as the rain from the storm early this week and the storm that's coming in this weekend works its way through some of the tributaries, we could see a slight water level rise at various points along the Mississippi. It all depends. Any rise in water levels may take days to weeks to cycle through, and it's probably going to be very brief and just a slight rise in those water levels. Again, the long-range forecast team kind of emphasizing the weather pattern, the way things have been shaping up as late for at least the first part of winter. Doesn't look like we're going to see a lot of rainfall there in the central states. So not really anything to bring a significant boost to the water levels along the Mississippi River. Ongoing problems that we'll continue to track in the coming days and weeks. Meanwhile, out in the Pacific Northwest, we've had a couple of storm systems come in this week. We've been talking about the proverbial parade of storms. Here comes our next system. Rain falling tonight from Seattle to Vancouver, but offshore you see a lot of rain piled up there. What's it look like as we head into the weekend? Persistent rain and mountain snow. It's been the mainstay over the past week in the Northwest, and you're going to see more of that trend this weekend. This next is going to be a pretty significant storm from the Pacific. It's going to be crashing ashore. Yeah, a large storm's going to reach the Pacific Northwest later in the weekend towards Sunday, bringing with it steady, heavy rainfall. The rain is much needed out west, where they're in some level of drought. Yeah, this means rain is likely in many of the mountain passes until the colder air arrives early next week. So some of the mountain locations are going to see snow, but most of the heavily traveled passes for those truckers out there should remain above the freezing mark. Now, so hikers, campers, be prepared, though, for wet, cold conditions as this train of storms continues into early November. The high country in Washington, Oregon, British Columbia, Canada will ultimately see numbers of maybe 5 to 10 feet of snowfall. Again, from the parade of storms, not just one system here. With the anticipated amount of rain, there's going to be some significant rises on some of the rivers in that region. Precip's likely to continue in Washington all the way into Monday. After that, southern Canada and Washington may begin to get a break as the rain and snow begin to shift a bit further south. Much of Oregon and northern California, then, are likely to bear the brunt of the precip starting maybe Tuesday of next week. Of course, we all know they could use the rain in California. Going to see a big dip in the jet stream that's going to allow the rain and snow to push into central California by midweek next week. Yeah, that jet stream dip's going to contribute to below normal temperatures, maybe the first significant snowfall of the season will be on tap for the Sierra Nevada there. Now, after Wednesday, there's still a question as to the trajectory of the moisture. One scenario is for the rain and snow to move eastward into the central Rockies. There's another scenario where the jet stream dips even further to the south, which could allow some drenching rain and heavy mountain snow, believe it or not, to reach maybe Southern California before eventually moving into Arizona and New Mexico. This could potentially bring some beneficial rain to areas like Los Angeles and San Diego. The North American monsoon over the summer did help alleviate the drought in much of Arizona and New Mexico, but that entire region would still benefit from some more precipitation there. Forecasters expect the ongoing cool, stormy pattern in the Northwest to run on into the beginning of November. All right, the West is just beginning its traditional wet season. There's potential for much more rain and snow over the next few months. As long as heavy precip doesn't all come at the same time, the long-term benefits will definitely outweigh any potential flooding. Maybe some good news there for residents in California. And we continue to talk about the dropping levels of Lake Mead and all that. We were talking last evening. All right, good to have you on board as we roll into a Friday. Is it going to be a casual Friday? I don't know. We've got lots to cover. I'm thinking, trying to sleep, and, your mind's going through, what are we going to talk about tonight? And it's like, man, sure would be nice to get away from all the political talk, but there's so much we do have to cover in that realm as Election Day is, 10 days away, right? Is it 10, 11 days? It's just around the corner. We'll get to some of our listening friends who's checking in via Facebook, YouTube. Good to have our friends on board via the iPhone, the Android, the app. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Just pulling up the numbers from the NFL there during the break. Uh-oh. Yeah, not a good night for Mr. Brady again. Ravens over the Buccaneers. Thursday night football. As we get week number 8 underway. 27-22 the final score. So the Ravens move up to 5-3 on the season. Tampa Bay now falls to 3-5. And again, not a good night for Tom Brady and the Buccaneers. Hello to Philly Dan. Good morning from the city of brotherly love. Hope you and the crew have a great day. Stay safe. God bless the Rambler out there. Thank you, Philly Dan. Heavy D. Hello, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Stay safe. Keep on trucking. Everybody have a good weekend when yours rolls around. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. Back in the saddle again. Ain't it good to be back on the road, Larry? All right. Good afternoon to you. Copy the mail 57007 checks in from Rochelle, Illinois at the Petro truck stop tonight. Hello, Randolph, Mr. Boswell. Gerald on board. Hello, Steve, my man. I'm feeling wonderful. I'm back to 100% after his multi-week bout with the COVID. Have a wonderful weekend, my friend. The red wave is coming. Everybody stay groovy. All right, Richard is in Central Florida tonight with 75 degrees. Hello, Steve, and all the listeners out there. Randolph says it's 37 degrees at his locale there in West Virginia tonight, a cool night. Yeah, we're just a few degrees warmer, 45 outside the secret bunker here in southwest Ohio. I actually had a pretty decent frost on the windshield this past morning. Joe checks in. Morning, Steve, and all the Overnight Drive family. A little cooler here in Winchester, Virginia tonight with 40 degrees. Everybody have a great weekend. Pappy says 41 degrees in southwest Hamilton County, Ohio. According to the thermometer on his cruiser there, it just went down to 39. Warm up. Saddle up. Let's roll. It's Friday. Everybody be safe out there. Thank you, Pappy. Dale checks in from Phoenix, Arizona. 57, a clear night. Got these students out here backing up in the dark tonight, doing the training thing, right? Everybody have a safe ride out there tonight. I know we'll be talking about the SpaceX Falcon rocket that went out of Vandenberg. I wonder if that's what... I was watching the video that Heatwave posted here a little bit earlier. Where was he at? I'll have to pull that back up. But yeah, he had an incredible video. I mean, I think his co-driver was actually driving, and he was filming what was obviously a rocket launch, and I wasn't sure exactly where it had come out of, what it was, but I bet that's what you saw out of Vandenberg. I don't know if Heatwave's up and about tonight. We'll find out here shortly. I'm sure he'll want to call in and tell us what it was like to witness that. Pretty cool video, though. Hello to Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. 45 degrees, little rain in Humphrey, Nebraska tonight. I may not ever be first like Philly Dan, but I'm always here, you know. Steve, you focus on what you can control, right? Special shout out to the Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Parks Livestock in Nebraska. TGIF from the Michigan Madman. I'm with you on that. Too Tall checks in. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive family. Have a safe night. We've got 61 degrees in Florence, South Carolina. Nick, new government data released Wednesday showing diesel supplies unacceptably low. Yeah, we've been talking about that for several nights. You have the Energy Information Administration, 25 days of diesel supply, lowest level since 2008. You are correct, Rick. Yeah, supposedly there's a little bit of relief on the way, but things are getting kind of dicey. One of the top stories that we got here in the industry headlines is out of South Carolina, where this past day, the governor issuing an emergency declaration due to low inventories and even outages of some liquid fuels. The products mentioned in the order signed by Governor Kristi Noem include gasoline, diesel, jet fuel, propane, ethyl alcohol, natural gasoline, diesel exhaust fluid, and anhydrous ammonia. What isn't on the list there? So this executive order is offering relief from the hours of service for drivers delivering these products for agriculture, transportation, or heating functions. The relief from the state and federal requirements that may unnecessarily delay the transportation of these products is granted in the interest of public safety to maintain a reliable supply. Now, according to the Argus leader, That's South Dakota's Public Utilities Commission. They have informed customers of potential increased heating costs this winter, you don't say. Yeah, the return of normal supply for storage terminals in South Dakota is unknown at this time, according to the order. Now, nothing in the order requires or allows fatigued drivers to operate a vehicle. Driver who informs a carrier that he needs rest shall be given the adequate rest before requiring to return the service. But in addition, the order is not an exemption from testing requirements, commercial driver's license requirements, financial responsibility requirements, all that stuff. All the other regulations apply, but yeah, shortages in South Dakota. Everything. Gas, diesel, jet fuel, propane. Is this the trend we're going to see around the country? I just got to wonder. Who else on board? Hello, Monty Python. Good morning, Your Honor. Headed north to Tip City. I guess in Tip City. Headed to Detroit tonight. Roy's on board. A little late, but high pressure pumping jumps in, ready to roll. Hey, let's get our news break and your calls ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Officials are warning about soaring heating costs. The Department of Energy expects heating bills to go up about 28% this season as inflation rises. Axios reports people in states like Connecticut, New York, Pennsylvania, and Maine should expect caps on heating oil purchases as supplies dwindle. It's been months since the Uvalde school shooting, which left 19 children and 2 teachers dead. And parents and families are calling for consequences for the slow police response. Texas State Democratic Senator Roland Gutierrez says the public has a right to more information on the case.
They don't want to see their dead kids. They want to know who failed. And who failed was every law enforcement agency at the scene, and even the BORTAC team.
This is USA Radio News.
Water. It's essential to life, but it's also something that so many of us here in America take for granted. Imagine how different your life would be without access to clean water in your home. What if you had to walk to the nearest creek, stream, lake, or pond to get water? Suddenly, going to work and school wouldn't be an option because you and your children would have to spend your days collecting water. This is the day-to-day reality of most families living in the world's poorest countries. But what if I told you that you can change that reality for just pennies a day? Through our water projects, Food for the Poor is working to meet the need for water in 17 impoverished countries. But it won't happen without you. Incredibly, it only takes $15 to provide a child access to clean water for life. $15. Decades and decades of access to water for a child. Give the life-changing gift of water now. Just text USA Radio to 91999. Text USA Radio, all one word, to 91999.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed, do that. We got the phone lines open here on a Friday morning. We're ready to roll, all right? Who else we got checking in? Hello, Marianne. Morning, Steve. Thank you for being the best radio station. Well, thank you for being the best listeners. Appreciate it, Marianne. Lucky Penny on board. Good morning, Steve. Lucky Penny here. Thanks to God for the most beautiful weather stretch I've had for a long time. I was able to get a ton of outside work done, finally. Everybody be safe out there. And hello to Horse Feathers. Yeah, Horse Feathers was off last night. Not sure exactly why, but maybe he'll check in this morning. Good to hear from you, Lucky Penny. Hope you're doing well. Lots of racing this weekend. Yes, you're right, Michigan Madman Tony Stewart making his drag racing debut officially this weekend. I think it's a top alcohol dragster, I believe it is. Hello to Country Bumpkin, checking in from Grand Haven, Michigan. Thanks for all you do for the American drivers. Have a great weekend, Overnight Drive family. I got an email from Woody this past day. Yeah, Woody Woodpecker, right? He says, Steve, if you ever need a boost in morale, think of this. Because of you and your show, I have purchased Hot Shot Secret Anti-Gel, Everyday Diesel Treatment, and the Nano Precision CLP Gun Oil. I previously had purchased mostly Motor Code products. But because of you and my dedication to you, I only do Gold Eagle brand products as well as Hot Shot Secret products. It was an awesome coincidence that they actually do what they advertise, and I am forever grateful. Yes, indeed, they do what they advertise. Speaking of which, I don't want to forget because I need to mention that a little more. We got the special going right now, your Pick Your Treat special at hotshotsecret.com. Pick your treat. This is any order over $55. You can pick your free treat between now and Halloween. Treat number one would be a 4-ounce bottle of Everyday Diesel Treatment and a 4-ounce LX4 lubricant. Or you can select the 8-ounce brand new Everyday Diesel Treatment with Winter Defense, the EDT Plus WD. Again, any purchase of $55 or more, pick your treat. Of course, the Everyday Diesel Treatment, the EDT Plus Winter Defense, the new one. That's the EDT with the added anti-gel properties. Fully formulated 7-in-1 diesel treatment to prevent diesel fuel from gelling and icing. And that time of year is rapidly approaching. Also contains a powerful cetane booster. Blended in is the LX4 lubricity additive and your Keep Clean detergent package and de-icer chemicals, all in one bottle. The EDT Plus Winter Defense. Get that at hotshotsecret.com. It is showing up in some of the retail locations. I know first out of the box was the pilot locations around the country. And it looks like we may have solved a crime. We had talked about through the summer, week after week, numerous truckloads of meat products being stolen. Recall those stories? 3 Florida men have been charged in connection with the multi-million-dollar cargo theft operation that had been targeting meatpacking plants in the Midwest. Going back into starting in late June, the Lancaster County Sheriff's Office began investigating the theft of several semi-trailers and loads of frozen beef in Lancaster County, Nebraska. Total loss about $1 million there. As police expanded the investigation with some help from Homeland Security, Omaha, they identified approximately 45 similar cargo thefts that occurred across Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, North and South Dakota, as well as Wisconsin, going back to June of last year, totaling up to $9 million in meat theft. Investigators determined the group behind the cargo thefts was a highly sophisticated, organized criminal enterprise that were targeting beef and pork packaging plants throughout the Midwest, obviously. Here a few days ago, Miami residents Yoslani Leva del Sol, Manchin Andino, and Delvis Fuentes arrested by Homeland Security Omaha with the Florida Highway Patrol assisted by HSI Miami. Each of the suspects held a valid Class A CDL. At the time of the arrests, police were able to recover 3 trailers loaded with stolen merchandise valued at over $500,000. The 3 men charged with money laundering, transportation of stolen goods. The investigation is ongoing, but yeah, there you go. There's where all the meat's been going. Taken from the Midwest and headed down to Florida, probably being loaded and maybe shipped elsewhere. Who knows? You know, around the world. Like I said, the investigation is ongoing. But all right, it's 844-844-3388. Hello to Norman there in north central Kansas, 48 degrees. I got some rain tonight. Nope, no big tipper tonight. With all the rain, it's too muddy to load. It looks like I'll be off duty till Monday morning. Well, you know what that sounds like? You got an extended weekend there, Norman. Enjoy that time off, right? 5-7, hey there.
Okay, let me get this straight, okay? 2 ships get turned at sea. South Dakota is drastically in danger of losing their fuel products, and Horse Feathers is laying up at the house playing with his fire truck.
Right.
Get your butt to work there, buddy. What's wrong with you? Ain't you patriotic? Finally. Devor.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a great, I know, everybody keep a strong heart. If you're listening to Steve Summers Overnight Drive, you should know this stuff's coming. Your pantry should be full. You should have got some crates, bedded plastic. I got wooden crates on either end of my counters, stuffed with cans of food. I've got a well as long as I got electric, I'm thinking about buying a pump, and I've got an old well that I could run a line down in, so I have water from the well. Got to boil that, of course. I'd only drink water, even my coffee, that comes through the hot water tank. but I got, I've got LP gas. Yeah, that could go out, but y'all, especially in the north, you got warm clothes, got insulated coveralls, make sure your family has all this stuff. We've got to go through this. We've got to show the American people that oil is the lifeline of this country.
Yes, sir.
And it's maybe it's the only way is we're going to have to suffer because nobody has suffered in this country like that unless they've had a storm go through. They're educated on it, what it takes. So I'm trying to look at the positive on it. We're not talking politics just for politics. I'm enjoying some of the politics because you got people on the conservative side that are, they're not like the crazy on the left that just, Republicans are against clean air and clean water and all this crap. They're actually getting on there and challenging not only their competitor, and they're not our enemy. My fellow Americans are not my enemy. Matter of fact, I watch college students out there screaming and yelling against Republicans, and it's just, you got to know, man, the teachers that put them in that position, they totally are trying to destroy their own freedom. But we've got Republicans that are standing up and challenging not only their competitor, but the stupid questions that are being asked them at these meetings. And I'm finding it. Hey, this country ain't nowhere near down the tube yet. It's every generation has seemed to have to fight to keep it free. And I imagine if you were our age right now, World War II. In 42, 43, 40, America was losing ships at sea, sailors gone. We was losing troops and being captive to the Japanese. It didn't look like we were going to win. Just the tides of the war turned towards the end as America got busy and done the right things. So I'm hopeful. This election coming, and like we said earlier, it ain't over, and it will not be over, because our children are depending on us to not let it be over. So hopefully we all stay warm. Make sure you've got the coveralls. I really have compassion on y'all up in the north, and but I do believe we're going to have to go through this stuff. It'll go either way. They'll go even more crazy nuts, saying, "Well, there's proof that we got to have." Solar, renewable, or they'll finally saying, why are we freezing our butts off here in the house when we're sitting on a ton of oil and coal? So other than that, 5-7, we're going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the Steve Summers overnight drive.
All right, 5-7, as I look at the map here, we've been focused on the Northeast. Guess who is now on the map for shortages of diesel?
Who?
You.
Yes, sir. I believe it. All the logging.
Southeast. This just in this past day. Yeah, again, the focus had been the Northeast. Looking at the strike, just pulled this up. Somebody said, I think Roy sent this to me a few minutes ago. Diesel supplies are scarce across the Northeast and Southeast. Supplies at the lowest seasonal level for this time of year. The stories we've heard all week, 25 days of industrial fuel in storage. The crisis gripping the diesel market appears to be getting out of hand as one fuel supply logistics company has initiated emergency protocols this week because conditions are rapidly developing and market economics are changing significantly each day. Mansfield is moving to alert level 4 to address market volatility. Mansfield is also moving the Southeast to code red, requesting 72-hour notice for deliveries when possible to ensure fuel and freight can be secured at economical levels. Mansfield Energy wrote in an update to consumers or customers Tuesday. We have a fleet of tankers that delivers refined fuel products to more than 8,000 customers nationwide. Mansfield said in many areas on the East Coast, diesel fuel prices are as much as 80 cents higher than the market average because supply is so tight. At times, carriers are having to visit multiple terminals to find supply, which is delaying deliveries and strains the local trucking community. This could mean the U.S. diesel market is so tight that supplies are running very low in certain areas. This crisis has sent supplies of the industrial fuel that powers the economy, from trucks to vans to generators to freight trains and our tractors, to the lowest level ever this time of year. All right, they go into the 25-day supply. But Mansfield is a warning sign that the record load storage levels is beginning to impact the fuel supply networks. Of course, none of this should be surprising. We've warned diesel markets have been in crisis much of this year. Our latest note, titled "Forget Oil, the Real Crisis is Diesel Inventories," kind of outlining the severity of the crisis, but also points out the underinvestment in the fuel-making capacity in this country. That's the refining capacity. Refinery closures and disruptions, coupled with strong domestic demand, of course, soaring exports for the fuel. The embargo on Russian energy products have all helped deplete our inventories and obviously forcing prices to surge. Historically low diesel inventories have put a fuel trucking company on high alert for possible disruptions in the Southeast. Fox News this past day said the Biden administration's keeping a close watch. Are you? Keeping a close watch on diesel inventories, trying to boost supplies, following news that reserves have been depleted, couldn't run out in less than a month if not replenished, sparking fears of shortages and rising prices. The EIA, Energy Information Administration, said that the distillate fuel, heating oil inventories, 20% below the 5-year average for this time of year. But again, as we've cited earlier this week, in the Northeast, they're already rationing heating oil as the temperatures begin to drop, driving concerns that energy costs are going to surge even more. A White House official tells Fox Business the administration is closely monitoring diesel levels, especially on the East Coast, and that they're in touch with U.S. energy firms regarding the need to build up reserves and drive toward solutions. We've been conducting regular communication with East Coast governors for months, they say, and we've readied tools at our disposal, including the Northeast Home Heating Oil Reserve. That's about 1 million barrels of home heating oil. House Democrats from New England are asking the president to release some of those reserves to help reduce home heating prices in the Northeast as we head into winter. Experts say the developing home heating oil shortage is not going away anytime soon. Patrick DeHaan with Gas Buddy, head of the petroleum analysts, tells Varney & Company viewers can expect to hear, quote, a lot more about refineries struggling to keep up with the rising demand this winter.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, yes, indeed. Plenty of room for you here on a Friday. TGIF, what do we got? Where in the world is Horse Feathers? Just send me an email. Steve, I had appointments yesterday and today in the morning, so I started my day early. I finished early, but I am out here doing my job. You say the White House is watching diesel fuel. Hey, is the White House watching diesel fuel like they were watching the baby formula shortage earlier this year? Yeah, come to think of it, yeah, they started watching that about 6 months too late, if memory serves. Yeah, by the time they got around to it, it was out of control, and it almost appears that may be the case. Here we are, they're telling us, hey, we're down to critical levels. And all of a sudden, oh, the White House is on top of this. We're watching. We've been on this for months. If you've been on it for months, well, why is it in a crisis level? That's my question. Hello to Scooter. Steve, I'm sure most people have heard this before, but it's a cycle that we're living. And it's hard times create hard men. Hard men create good times. Good times create soft men. Soft men create hard times. I get the cycle there. And he said, unfortunately, it seems like we're going through the soft men phase because soft men create hard times. Valid point. Let's see here. Here we got Buckeye Boy checking in. Fernandina Beach, Florida. A very nice 71 degrees. Went out to explore to find me, and this is a good fishing spot for Saturday morning. Found a good boat ramp that has walkways that go out a pretty good ways, and the tide will be coming in with a bait shop on the way. After which we went on down to have dinner with our friends, family, seafood place. Yummy, yummy. I walked by the marina, saw a guy tying up a pretty good-sized boat. Said he was bringing it down the coast from up north to somewhere near Fort Lauderdale for the winter. And he was just a captain doing transportation. Nice gig, huh? Yeah, stopped by the grocery on the way home to get some grub so Kathy can make some of her delicious chicken noodle soup and the stuff I need to cook dinner for everybody tomorrow. Making chicken cordon bleu with asparagus and probably some roasted potatoes. Sounds good there, Buckeye Boy. Let's see. Great launch heat wave. Got the video of. Yeah, so you saw the video heat wave got there. I believe we've determined it came from Vandenberg, California, but it was incredible video. Be getting up early to take my buddy to work so we can use his vehicle to go golfing. So I'll be getting some rest tonight. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Thank you for the update. There, Buckeye boy. Lines available at 844-844-3388. I see High-Tech's on the line. What's he saying? They're releasing emergency supplies of diesel to make sure the delivery of ice cream can continue to the White House. Hang in there. High-Tech, I'll get through my news break here, and we'll get to you right out of that. Gilligan checks in. Morning, Steve, and fellow listeners. We've got 44 degrees clear in Whiteville, Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up. The legendary Big Moose says, diarrhea of the mouth. Norman says, Biden is running this country on empty. All right, it's that and so much more. News break time and lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden is commending Micron Technology for its plan to build a new computer chip fabrication plant in New York. Speaking in Syracuse, Biden saying it's one of the most significant investments the country has ever seen. The president also saying he's doing his best to help bring gas prices down.
Today, the most common price of gas in America is $3.39. Down from over $5 when I took office. We need to keep making that progress by having energy companies bring down the cost of a gallon of gas.
Gas actually cost $2.39 a gallon when President Biden took office. Top officials in Texas are announcing money for a new elementary school in Uvalde. Governor Greg Abbott was among those to reveal $15 million will go toward building a new school. The money comes after a shooting at Robb Elementary School back in May left 19 students and 2 teachers dead. Russian President Vladimir Putin says the war with Ukraine was brought on by the West in order to get global domination. On Fox News, Florida Republican Congressman Michael Walz says Russia's actions are their own and mark a serious realignment of world powers.
This is the most significant geopolitical shift since the end of the Cold War. We are seeing an alignment of autocracies. We are seeing China and Russia move closer together.
The Houston Astros will turn to the race to start Game 1 of the World Series. The team announcing Justin Verlander will be on the mound in Friday night's matchup against the Philadelphia Phillies. Verlander will become the second pitcher to start a World Series game in 3 different decades, joining former Astro Roger Clemens. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Last week, President Joe Biden announced that 15 million additional barrels of oil will be released from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, completing the release of 180 million barrels he promised earlier this year. Florida Republican Congressman Greg Steube says the oil should only be released in times of emergency, and it's hurting the economy.
The decisions that they are making and have made have cut down the domestic production of oil and gas.
The Strategic Reserve is at its lowest point since 1984 and contains about 400 million barrels of oil. One country is continuing to flex its military muscle.
A Chinese military contractor created a video showing off its new military technology, revealing a robot attack dog that can be dropped into a zone by a drone. The weapon then uses radar to search for targets, shooting anything that moves with a Chinese QBB-97 light machine gun. That weapon fires 650 rounds per minute.
Lance Pry reporting from the USA Radio News' West Coast News Bureau. There's a mass exodus from the island nation of Cuba, and they're showing up at our southern border. Experts say they're fleeing a corrupt government that has destroyed the economy. The Powerball jackpot is now up to an estimated $800 million, the second biggest ever. The jackpot was about $700 million for Wednesday night's drawing, but nobody hit all 6 numbers. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet, so make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we get it rolling into hour number 2 on a Friday morning, TGIF. Yeah, we don't hear from Spaceman nearly as much as we used to. I see yesterday. He's still friends on Facebook. And I know many of the listening friends, you know, because we're all one big family. A lot of folks have become friends with Spaceman over recent years. And he says, hacked If you get a private message from me that says, I found an old picture of you, it was not sent by me. I got the private message from somebody yesterday, and when I opened it, it had this Facebook login page. I did enter some info, and then the next screen popped up, and I didn't go any further. I suspect this is how they get your login info. A fake sign-in page. So I got a hold of the friend that I got the private message from, and he said all of his friends were sent the same message as if he had sent it also. A day later, which like an hour ago, when he posted this, said Facebook sends me a message saying someone in Chicago has logged into your account from an unknown device. A lot of my page content is gone, and a lot of friends are responding to the bogus private messages. It appears all of my posts since June have been deleted. And sorry for any inconvenience. I did change my password. I checked on my current login locations. And some ass clown in the Dominican Republic was logged into my account. If you opened the private message, change your Facebook password, it took 24 hours. A mere 24 hours until they did a lot of stuff on my account. And it shares the screenshot there of where you're logged in from. Typically, he's logged in from Pennsylvania there, where he resides. It shows the device you're logged in from. And there's somebody in Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic, logged into his account. There you go. All right, hackers out there, hackers. What's going on, High Tech?
Oh, not much. I just, I guess you've seen that Tucker Carlson guy, haven't you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He was talking about the diesel stuff today, and I was sitting there. I caught something else on that I guess you call it a monologue or whatever they do when they first start their show. And he was talking about the war with Russia, and he played some videos talking about several of our war hawks over here. One of the reasons that they hate, Russia is so evil, that they're picking on Russia, Russia this, Russia that, is because Russia is predominantly an Orthodox Christian nation. And in other words, they don't believe in that woke transvestite and cutting children's private parts off and all like that, and they have laws against it, and they don't want to join the rest of the world. So that's why Russia is so bad. Now, I don't know if there's anything to it, but he mentioned it, and I said, well, that sounds about right. So did you hear the good news today?
Good news. No, I'd like some good news. What is it?
Well, let this sink in. Elon Musk walked into Twitter carrying a kitchen sink or a bathroom sink.
I did share that last evening. Yeah, I guess it is officially a done deal, and I guess today he went in and started firing some of the top dogs there, right?
Oh yeah, do you remember the Project Veritas where they did that sting on the Twitter executive?
Yeah.
The drunk gay guy. Yeah, he's gone today. So it's like he said he's going to get rid of 75%, and he's hiring. Actually, he's got a thing out to hire coders. He wants to totally redo Twitter, and I don't know if old Mark Zuckerberg over there at Facebook is shaking in his boots yet, but I have a feeling that he's going to make Twitter probably a little bit more like the old, if you remember, MySpace.
Oh yeah. We all had, that was the first one. Yep.
Yeah, well, I mean, I actually liked MySpace better because it was easier to use and easier to find stuff. But anyway, he's going to add those functions to Twitter. So Twitter won't just be for messaging. You'll be able to put up your little videos and stuff like that. So it'll be like in competition with TikTok. It'll be in competition with Facebook. So,
and it's already, instant messaging thing. So it'll be kind of interesting to see exactly what he does with. He did start out with PayPal, right?
Right.
Yeah. So I mean, it
So I
was
guess
X.com.
would the biggest thing be the fact that I wasn't aware that they're going to be adding some of those other functions for video and whatnot, but the biggest key is it's not like you're going to find yourself in Twitter jail anytime you say something that may not agree with the left's philosophies or what the CDC or what Biden says, where you constantly find yourself in jail.
No, as long as you don't make physical threats, like, hey, I'm going to come over there and blow your brains out or something like that. It's like, sticks and stones may break my bones, but whatever. And they brought up something interesting. I wonder because that Ayatollah in Iran keeps talking about blowing up Israel, are they going to cut his account out? I mean, that's physical threats of violence, isn't it?
Sure, absolutely.
So you're threatening physical violence. So it'll be interesting, but he's getting rid of all the. Did you see the letter that the employees of Twitter wrote to Elon?
I have not seen that. No.
Oh, it's beautiful. You should pull it up. I don't have it where I can send it to you, but they banded together and they made demands. They were saying, we, the employees of Twitter, will not bow down and we will continue doing things the way we have.
Really?
And you should respect us and all this stuff. And, another one of the things that they said they're not coming back in because he wants them to come back in and put in a 40-hour work at the office.
Yeah.
And they don't want to do that. They're having fits about it. And so I don't think he'll have to fire that many. He just make them quit. So it's like, here comes in the new CEO, and you're going to tell him what you're going to do at a place that he just spent $44 billion on.
Somebody's got a rude awakening coming, huh?
Yeah. I thought that letter was hilarious. It's like these guys actually got together and going to tell the new CEO what they will and will not do. I mean, he has a reputation of going in and cleaning house on other businesses. But then again, like at SpaceX, his employees, the CEO, he'll come in there and take the whole engineering department out and say, hey, there's a new Star Wars movie coming out or something like that. He'll go rent the whole theater, bring in some kegs of beer, and they'll go out there and have a big party, So it's like he believes he rewards his employees very well too. I mean, the people that go to work and do their job and everything, they get rewarded very well and treated very well.
Right.
But he does if you're going to slack around and all like that, he'll tell you real quick, don't let the door smack you in the ass on the way out.
Right.
So, I mean, that's the way it was I remember when I was a teenager. I got caught slacking a few times, and I got fired. Of course, it was like being a busboy and stuff, so I wasn't really crying about it, So, but I thought it was interesting. The Tucker Carlson thing really, he touched on that, why Russia is such a boogeyman. I mean, we already know their military isn't that great, otherwise they wouldn't be having the problems they're having over there in Ukraine right now.
Yeah.
So, but China is, did you see the robot dogs?
I mean, I've seen like U.S. military's been working on that stuff, but no, China's got robot dogs.
China's put guns on top of their robot dogs, and they're sending them out. They're dropping them out of helicopters, and they drop these robot dogs in, and these robots autonomously go in and start shooting people. It's like, all right, it didn't take long for them to take Fido. I'm going to start breeding those Chinese dogs. I think that would be a pretty good breed to get hold of, and that way I can send them out into the neighborhoods and just clean house. So I thought there was all kinds of interesting stuff going on today.
That's pretty wild. I just pulled up. Yeah, I pulled up. They've got the video. The China dropping the. China is going full Black Mirror, whatever that is, showing off a robot dog mounted with a machine gun that can be deployed via drone. Wow.
Yeah, so we don't have to worry. You know, you watch the news, you watch MSNBC and all that. But they're still hollering Russia, 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 Russia. Nobody wants to say, hey, look what China's doing. I think that's because they paid us so much.
Yeah, right. Valid point. All right, High-Tech.
All right, talk to you later.
Thanks for checking in. Have a good weekend. That's pretty wild. I had not seen that, no. China showing off a terrifying new offering from one of its private military contractors. The robot dog mounted with a machine gun, transported via drone. Kestrel Defense Bloodwing, a verified social media account for a private Chinese military contractor, made a post on China's Twitter-like Weibo platform showing a large drone carrying a gun-mounted robot dog. The video shows the dog standing up and moving around the rooftop. War dogs descend from the sky, reads the post. The heavy-duty drones can deliver combat dogs to be directly inserted behind enemy lines and spring surprise attacks on weak links. They can be placed on the rooftops and work with troops on the ground to ambush enemies inside buildings. The dog looks something like straight out of Netflix, and that's what I've never heard of, Black Mirror. I guess that's a Netflix show. Harking back to an episode in their 4th season where a woman tries to flee from killer robot dogs. This is not their first video with robotic dogs. Back in August, the company also trailed a robot dog that could carry a munitions launcher. Yes, the U.S. also has found a way to put guns on robot dogs. Ghost Robotics, for one, showcased a gun-equipped robot back in October of last year. Robot dogs without guns attached were also used by the New York Police Department April of last year. The use of DigiDog, an offering from Boston Dynamics, was terminated in May of 21 after backlash from the public. But China, however, appears to have a real penchant for robot dogs. At the country's Robot Expo last month, dozens of robot dogs were seen doing a group dance with plenty of hopping and paw shaking. That's pretty wild. Robot dogs spotted roaming the streets in Shanghai during the COVID lockdown back in March. One dog carrying a loudspeaker on its back while patting its way through a neighborhood broadcasting the lockdown-related guidelines. Wow. All right, clear lines on a Friday morning. Where are we at? It's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, that was one of the big stories of the past day. Elon Musk takes control of Twitter, firing top executives, according to reports Thursday. A deal that puts one of the top platforms for global discourse in the hands of the world's richest man. Musk sacking the chief executive, Parag Agrawal, as well as the company's chief financial officer and head of legal policy, trust, and safety. Agrawal went to court to hold the Tesla chief to the terms of the takeover deal that he had tried to escape, but this just hours before the court-appointed deadline to seal his on-again, off-again deal to purchase the social media network. Musk tweeting this past day he was buying Twitter, quote, because it's important to the future of civilization to have a common digital town square where a wide range of benefits can be debated in a healthy manner. He even shared a picture of himself socializing at a coffee bar at the Twitter headquarters. The New York Stock Exchange posting a pending order to suspend trading in Twitter before Friday's session. So I guess the question, right, where will Twitter stock go? Is that what they're... Musk tried to step back from the deal, as we know, back in April. In July said he was canceling the contract, but of course they've been back and forth. The court deal was about to get underway, and I guess the legal eagles told Elon, we don't really have a case here. You're going to probably come out on the losing end, and on top of that, you're going to have another $1 billion penalty that you're going to have to pay if he lost in the courts. So here's where we find ourselves today. The idea of Musk running Twitter has alarmed activists who now fear a surge in harassment and misinformation. Musk said, I realize Twitter cannot become some free-for-all hellscape where anything can be said with no consequences. We are going to dial content moderation back, though, to the bare minimum. This should obviously clear the way for Donald Trump to return to the platform, but I don't know if Trump will or won't. I mean, quite honestly, the number of people who have signed up for the Truth Social, what he created after being banned from the social media, he's trying to say that he's going to stick with that. But if you look at the number of, I guess, people that subscribe to Trump via Truth Social versus the millions and millions of followers that he had on Twitter, I mean, he'd actually be able to reach a whole lot more if he were back on Twitter, but be interesting to see what he decides to do there. Hey, Big Moose, what's happening?
Oh, not much. Get ready to play truck driver. What are you doing?
Getting my Friday started here.
I heard that. Now, a couple of things here. I said, hard men make good times and good times make soft men. What kind of times does it take to make cis men or sus men or assigned gender males?
Yeah.
What kind of times does that take?
Well, if we're in
Just
if we're in the soft men times, obviously that's it, because that's where we are right now. Soft men times is where the crazy stuff comes out.
Well, no, I've seen soft man times before.
Oh yeah.
Jimmy Carter was the softest man ever lived, I think. You know, and yeah, that's true. We had bad times as soft man, and you know, and then we had to have a hard man step up and take over. That was old Ronnie Reagan. He stood up, you know, took over, you know. But you know, this is different, Steve. This is not a political thing. This is not I don't even believe it's a theological thing. This is a mental illness that we as a nation have not only condoned, but accepted and propagated. You know. And, you know, they say, well, World War II, you know, the kids in World War II. Well, I tell you the difference them. Them kids in World War II were listening to what the old men said. That's the reason they became victors. You know, you had Patton and MacArthur and the Omar Bradleys of the world telling them kids what to do, and they come out victors. You know, and that's the difference in what we got today, you know. Now you got these they don't even know what, they know what their gender assignment is, but they don't know what their gender identity is. And you think we're going to get this bunch to take up arms and defend anything? Give me a break. Soft men doesn't even begin to describe what we've got here today, bud. This is liquid. And I don't even think you can even apply the word man or men to the definition. You know? It's sickening is what it is, and we let it happen, you know, and this, I tell you what, we're going to know.
Hang on a second. Get that thought together, and we'll come back with the rest of the story, because it's news break. Steve Summers, Overnight Drive on a Friday.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Americans expect to spend more money on Christmas gifts this year. Those surveyed in a new poll from Gallup anticipate they'll shell out $932. The predicted increase comes despite record high inflation that has driven up the cost of everyday items. It's the 4th anniversary of the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in U.S. history. It happened in Pittsburgh, and President Biden is praising the community for coming together following the tragedy in which an alleged white supremacist killed 11 worshipers at a synagogue in 2018. Mortgage rates are increasing yet again. Freddie Mac says the 30-year rate went up to 7.08% this week. That's more than double what it was this time last year. It comes as the Fed Reserve has been hiking interest rates in a bid to fight soaring inflation this year. USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, here we are back on a Friday, rolling into the weekend. Hope you've had a great week. What's on the slate for your weekend? Any big plans? Let me get back to, left off with the Big Moose. All right, welcome back, sir. Thanks for hanging in there.
No problem. No, what I was saying is, Steve, look at what's happening. Yeah, I don't know if you've seen this or not, but have you seen the commercials where Elmo and his daddy are talking about vaccines on TV?
I have not seen that commercial, no.
You know Elmo, the Muppet?
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah, talking about who do you think their target audience is with that commercial, Steve?
Well, it ain't me.
Exactly. Now, pay attention, folks, what's happening here, because I tell you something, you know, the Nazis targeted children too. That's how they spread their propaganda. They done it through children in school and indoctrination through schools. Small children, you know, had them reading Mein Kampf in the 2nd and 3rd grade and saluting their teachers and all of that stuff. You know, that stuff didn't go on at home. They started it in the schools, you know. And that's what they're doing here. They're targeting the youth in this country. They got Elmo up there saying, tell your mommy and daddy to get you vaccinated, you know, and all this crap. And it's on there. I've seen that commercial 4 times today, Steve.
Wow.
It come on 4 times, and I probably didn't watch TV for 2 hours. I've seen that commercial 4 times. You know, got all this crap happening, and, you know, I tell you what, if you don't think that indoctrination is a dangerous thing. And if you don't think that this liberal agenda and this liberal theology that they're teaching in these schools is not a dangerous thing, you need to take a look at history, Steve, because it is a very dangerous thing. And I heard the comment made earlier that these are my fellow Americans. They're not my enemy. Well, that may be true as of right now, but what about the day comes when that fellow American, well, then we may not live to see it, and I hope it never happens, and if it does, I hope I don't live to see it. But what happens when the day that fellow American is gouging you in the ribs with a bayonet trying to get you on the train to our next version of Auschwitz? Huh? Are they going to be your enemy then? Because I'm telling you, that is the kind, we are on the road that progresses to that kind of thinking. When when you have got a party, a political party in this country, and with an agenda that says it's okay to mutilate the genitals of a 4-year-old child based on their mother and daddy's perversion, but it's wrong to carry a King James Bible into a schoolhouse, or if you got a political party who's saying it's okay, pedophiles, that pedophilia is just a sexual orientation. There's nothing wrong with these people. That's just their orientation. We need to bring them into the group and love them like everybody else loves them. And they want to say that's okay, but it's wrong for anybody to discipline their children or correct their children or use quote-unquote hate words or hate speech as it pertains to their children, or what they consider hate speech, with words like wrong and bad, you know. And this is all real. This is all happening right now, folks.
It's not science fiction.
This is not science fiction. Old Gene Roddenberry had been proud of this crap, you know. You couldn't write science fiction like we're living right now. But, you know, I tell you what, the ostrich complex is what most of the right-wing faction is suffering from. They believe if they bury their head in the sand long enough that all this will just blow by them, and then when they pull their head out of the sand again, everything will be all fine and dandy rock candy Christmas again. Well, I got news for you. It ain't. We have got to, the spinelessness is not going to have any place in what we're about to face, you know, and it's going to take some hard men, and I hope that there's enough left out there somewhere. I'm hoping that there is a population of hard men somewhere that haven't been, what do you call that, polled yet, you know. Maybe we can actually get something done, but we're going to know about November, you know, because we hear what everybody's saying, just see what the results are. I remember somebody, you know, I'm not going to get into that because we'll get in YouTube trouble, but
right.
The proof's going to be in the pudding, Steve. And I tell you what, I'm not very hopeful because you got a lot of big mouths that like to flap and say things, but look at big mouths like old Trey Gowdy down there. Remember him? He'd get up there and talk all that tough stuff, and he was a bad man, and he was going to do all this stuff, and ain't nobody going to walk over him. He got his payout and turned tail, and you never heard nothing out of him again. And now when he does get on TV and talk, he looked like he's been on some kind of detox program, and he don't have too much to say about nothing. They put the quietus on him. And then take an example of Mike Pence. Mike Pence is a snake. Mike Pence is the biggest rhino traitor that this country's ever seen as far as the political faction is concerned. That man sat up there rubbing his elbows with old Nancy Pelosi and taking his coin from set up there in his blue necktie. Mike Pence is not a friend to free America. Mike Pence is not a friend to civilization. Mike Pence is not a friend to the Republic of the United States of America. Mike Pence is a traitor and a snake. Indiana ought to run him out of town on a rail. You know, them good people in Indiana, I know a bunch of them, a lot of hard-working people in Indiana. Now, you get into the big cities up there, you you got as many fruit flies and cupcakes as you're going to find anywhere else. But the majority of Indiana, you know, and to let a man like that put a reputation on them like they've got, Mike Pence needs to be tarred and feathered as far as I'm concerned. Mike Pence is a snake and a liar. And I don't care who likes that and who don't. But anyway, I've already, goddamn, look, I looked at the clock. It's high noon already, Steve. I'm going to get off here and do a couple of lines of lisinopril. I'm going to listen to me some Perry Como or something, try to settle down. So keep it Texas spotted in the solid. I'm 10-10 till we do it again. Come on.
All right. Great to hear from you. Thank you so much. It is 844-844-3388. I think I know what he's talking about. That little segment that he said, I'm not going to get into that because we don't want to get into trouble. But he got close to it here a few nights ago when he mentioned, how did he put it, when he was explaining, the Democrats will come right out and tell you what they're doing before they do it. They don't hide it. Now, saw this story and I'm saying, it just makes me say, why? Why is this the case? Election day is almost here, okay? I will just share the story and let you think about it for a moment. Earlier this week, Pennsylvania's acting Secretary of State, Lee Chapman, said that there's likely to be delays in posting the results from the midterm election, detailing in a virtual news conference how the state will be handling vote counting in the upcoming election. And he says it will likely take several days to count and certify the votes. And I'm thinking, why? Why is it that most of the states around the country, by 10 or 11 o'clock can say who's won what, and what do you mean it's going to take 2 days? Now, he said, quote, it's really important for us to get an accurate information about the process in Pennsylvania so voters and the public know that when there are delays in counting, that doesn't mean there's anything nefarious happening. It's just what the law is in Pennsylvania. Now, he said the potential for delays is due to poll workers not being able to pre-canvass or count mail-in ballots before Election Day. Well, if that's going to be the cause of days of waiting for the nation, why don't you change the rule like other states do? If you've got 1 million ballots there before, what is the necessity of waiting till after all the votes are counted from people that actually voted on Election Day before you even begin to look at the 1 million you had there first? Seems like the process would be logical. Take what you got, and then on Election Day, you tabulate, you run them all together. Hey, it's midnight, and here's the numbers. Now, he said that the potential for delays, the poll, in response to comments that voters should hold on to their mail-in ballots and turn them into their local board of elections on Election Day, Chapman urged voters to not delay in sending them in. He said, quote, we've heard there's some messaging out there in Pennsylvania as far as instructing voters to hold on to their mail-in ballots. As part of our voter education campaign, we encourage voters to request that mail-in ballot now and return it as soon as possible. We do not want voters to delay. Now, this is Pennsylvania. Oh, yeah, we all know. Obviously, there are 2 races being very closely watched in that state. Of course, the race for governor, Doug Mastriano, and the Democrat Josh Shapiro. And, of course, the Senate race, the debate earlier this week, John Fetterman versus Mehmet Oz. Very crucial Senate seat in Pennsylvania. Again, why? Why are you saying before, 10 days before Election Day, you're saying it's probably going to take us a couple days to count these? It makes no sense to me, but all right, back to the calls ahead. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, the trick-or-treater is going to be heading out. Some places may actually, depending on what part of the country, some will probably do trick-or-treat on Sunday night, maybe Saturday night. And I've heard nothing about here in our area. I think everything's going to be Monday night, as typically the case is. But either way, Big Sexy forwarded this story to me a couple of days ago. You know, I was aware, a couple of years ago, I guess they started coming out with these blue trick-or-treat buckets. Typically, you've got the orange, pumpkin-looking bucket, and they came out with the blue buckets, and I was aware what that meant. Was not aware of what they call, it's a teal color, kind of like a greenish blue. There is a meaning for children carrying different colored trick-or-treat buckets. If you see a trick-or-treater with a teal or a blue bucket, this would be the reason why. They're two very similar colors, but they actually mean two different things. A teal bucket, they say, is carried by a child with special food allergies. Get a lot of kids allergic to peanuts and things like that these days, right? So if you answer your door on Halloween and you see one, politely ask if they have any allergies before giving them candy. Similarly, you could actually put a teal pumpkin or bucket on your doorstep to let families know that you have allergy-friendly snacks, whatever that would be. I'm guessing things that have no nuts and whatnot. Another color to watch out for is blue. Now, that's the one I was familiar with from a year or two ago. If someone has one of these blue buckets, they may have special needs. Blue pumpkins in the autism community just might represent a child or a teenager on the autism spectrum that may not be able to actually communicate the words trick or treat. She says, if a child with a blue bucket, don't force them to say trick or treat before giving them candy because they might actually be nonverbal children. Carrying the blue bucket is a way to let everyone enjoy Halloween without being singled out, they say. The CDC has recognized 1 in every 44 has been diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder, and that's a lot, they say. Blue buckets are also for other learning disabilities as well, they explain. Maybe someone, something like sensory processing disorder, which is similar to autism in a number of ways. So when you answer the door, you check the color of the pumpkin. Just because a child doesn't say trick or treat, that doesn't mean they don't want your candy. But you see these in the big retailers, the blue and the teal buckets at Target stores, Walmart stores, all around the country. If you have a child who has special food allergies or is nonverbal, be on the lookout for those buckets and maybe consider putting them in their hands for Halloween. But I found that rather interesting. So there you go. All right, so I guess we lost Brain Dead there, didn't we? All right, let's head on down to Florida, check in with Steve this morning. What's going on, Steve?
Good morning, Steve. Happy Friday to you.
Thank you very much. Right back at you.
Hey, didn't that just happen a couple of years ago in Pennsylvania, where it took them 3-4 days to get the final tally of the vote in?
You know, and that was why I'm questioning. Were we not supposed to learn from issues in the past and make changes and correct things so we don't have these issues in the future? What the hell? Why are they 10 days away and telling us it may take 2 or 3 days to count them all?
There's no excuse for that, Steve, and we know the only reason for it. If you look at Florida, the state of Florida in the 2020 election, do you know that they were the first state to call the election in the state? They were the very first state to have I think it was about 90% of their votes were counted by 10 p.m. Eastern time.
And that's the way it should be.
So they knew, exactly. Because what happens is when they get these absentee ballots, mail-in ballots, whatever, they count those as they come in. You know, they just don't stack them in a corner and wait till the last election day to count them. And then what they do is they do a dump, as soon as the election starts on election day. But you'll notice Florida is always the first state, and they're the ones that do it right. So we'll see what happens,
Yep.
Yep. But that gentleman that is about the size of Buford Pusser, who just called in a few minutes ago, he said it a while back, Steve, that we might not ever have another free and fair election in this country. And when you start hearing stuff like that, and the other thing that he mentioned that I will agree on is everything that the Democrats say about us is what they really are. Everything they say that we do is what they are going to do. Did you hear Biden? I think it was yesterday. They asked him, what do you think the Republicans' agenda is? He goes, I really don't know. They're extremists. They're this, they're that. I don't know if they have an agenda. See, that's the Democrats, Steve. They don't have policies for the border, for this and that. They don't have an agenda on that stuff because they don't care about it. But everything that they say is exactly the opposite. When you really listen to them talk about how we are, it's basically how they are. And it's just, it's over and over and over. Every time you hear these little clips, whether it's from Pelosi, whether it's from Schumer or Biden or the spokes idiot, it's all the same crap.
Did you hear Pelosi's statement this week? Pelosi said that she can't see how anyone could vote for a Republican.
I read. I was going to send you that, Steve. I figured you saw that. I read that, and I just shook my head. I'm like, Moose is right. This is a mental problem with these people.
It is. These
people are sick. They really are sick, Steve. And I don't know how it turned out this way, but this mutilation stuff with children, this is going on in a lot in California. Parents are up in arms about this stuff, that they're actually going to let a 12 or 13-year-old make a decision like that on their body. And a lot of these governors these Republican governors that are running who are against this stuff, they want to put these doctors and these people that are doing this crap to these kids in prison. And that's where they should be, in prison, because this is wrong. I mean, it's just absolutely a mental disease with these people to be able to do this to little kids, And the stuff that they're the propaganda that they're pushing in the schools. Some of these parents I've heard, these books that these kids are being sent home with, about pedophilia, about homosexuality, lesbianism. I mean, transgenderism. These little kids are bringing home these books. It's just unbelievable. It really is. It's just beyond belief, Steve. Sometimes you just can't believe it. But you know what I think the problem stems from? And I'll end it here. Back in the 60s and early 70s when we grew up, Steve, we were raised around the kitchen table. Am I right about that?
Yes, sir. Yes.
I mean, you're about my age. I'm a little older than you, but we were raised around the kitchen table. We had dinner together. Usually we had breakfast together before we went to school. We talked as a family. We played board games at the table. What's changed about that, Steve? We went to church on Sunday. I mean, it starts in the home with parenting. And the parents today have to work 2 jobs. Mom gets home late. She's picking up McDonald's for the kids. They're eating in the car. The dad doesn't get home till 8, 9 o'clock at night. Then he's too tired to talk to the kids. They're in their bedroom on these damn computers and phones. And what are they looking at? Propaganda.
Yeah.
Crap.
And we have no clue in some cases. Yep. Hey, you know what? You'll split the big cookie with Big Moose there, but we get our news break, top of the hour.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Americans expect to spend more money on Christmas gifts this year. Those surveyed in a new poll from Gallup anticipate they'll shell out $932. The predicted increase comes despite record high inflation that has driven up the cost of everyday items. It's the 4th anniversary of the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in U.S. history. It happened in Pittsburgh, and President Biden is praising the community for coming together following the tragedy in which an alleged white supremacist killed 11 worshipers at a synagogue in 2018. New news is out regarding the gross domestic product.
America's gross domestic product increased 0.6% after 2 quarters of decline, but key components continue to show an economic downturn. The third quarter figures were skewed by international trade components, which often exhibit big swings from one period to the next. Michael Gapin, chief U.S. economist for Bank of America, says it won't take much further slowing from here to tip the economy into a recession. End quote. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Mortgage rates are increasing yet again. Freddie Mac says the 30-year rate went up to 7.08% this week. That's more than double what it was this time last year. It comes as the Fed Reserve has been hiking interest rates in a bid to fight soaring inflation this year. Another interest rate hike is expected next week. President Biden spent part of his Thursday commending a Micron technology plant in upstate New York for its plan to build a new computer chip fabrication plant. Speaking in Syracuse, Biden saying it's one of the most significant investments the country has ever seen. Biden now at his Delaware home. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Cyber Director Chris Ingalls and Deputy National Security Advisor for Cyber and Emergency Technology Ann Neuberger appeared at a Center for Strategic and International Studies event to discuss U.S. cybersecurity. Neuberger says a key challenge is to prioritize the many threats the country faces.
It's not correct to treat everybody and everything the same because there's a spectrum of risk, and we need to ensure that the security requirements match the risk in that area.
A second railroad union on Wednesday voted against a tentative labor agreement negotiated in part by the Biden administration. It's an effort to avoid a nationwide rail strike in November that would endanger the national supply chain. Wisconsin Republican Congressman Brian Stile speaks about a possible strike on Fox Business.
This is the Biden administration further demonstrating their incompetence and kicking the can down the road past the midterms. Past the midterms, we're facing the headwinds of a potential rail strike.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says the administration is urging negotiations to avoid a shutdown, which could halt around 40% of the United States' long-distance trade. Week 8 of the NFL season kicks off Thursday night with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers hosting the Baltimore Ravens. Kickoff set for just after 8:15 p.m. on Amazon Prime. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to say
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, back at it here. Friday, TGIF. Another time zone joins us. 28th day of October. Here comes the weekend. All right, get back to the calls coming up here. Got a handful of industry headlines to throw your way. Been hearing in the news breaks. Yeah, they're saying Americans are actually looking to maybe spend more for holiday gifts this Christmas. And we'll break that down. I found it rather interesting. We having a little conversation about blood pressure medication this past morning. And I see one of the apparently there's a blood pressure pills recall over potential cancer risks. And one of those drugs I know several of our listeners are on. We'll break that down here in just a minute. I'll put that up next on the list here. First, let me get back to Steve there. Thanks for hanging in there.
Sure, that wouldn't happen to be lisinopril, would it, Steve?
That's what I take. No, it's that Quinapril is one of them with a Q, Quinapril, and then something, can I even pronounce it? Hydrochlorothiazide.
Okay. Yeah, my doctor just switched my blood pressure. Man, he's got me on Valsartan now instead of lisinopril. Seems to be working pretty good. So, except when I call into the show, then I got to take an extra pill.
You and Big Moose both. Yeah, we were talking.
Yeah.
I've been on lisinopril for a while. We were talking about. They had me on one medication initially that kind of slows your heart down, and I had the issue several years ago, and I couldn't remember what it was called. But anyway, when I was in the hospital one night, I guess they monitor, and they said my heart rate was down to like 40-something beats per minute. So they wanted to. That's too low, I guess. So they took me off that, put me on lisinopril. And I didn't realize some of the side effects of lisinopril. I don't really have the cough that so many people talk about, but I got some of the other side effects from it, and I'm looking to maybe change my blood pressure medicine.
Well, I had the cough for years, Steve, because I took that stuff for quite a long time. And as soon as it's been probably about 3 months since I've been off it, and I don't have that cough anymore. So that dry cough, it's just like kind of constant, But this medicine seems to be working pretty good. It's called Valsartan.
Okay.
You want to ask your doctor about it. But yeah, getting back to the conversation we're having about, how people are, really not paying attention to what their kids are doing today. I mean, like when we were raised, it was about God, it was about family. And that's the other thing, Steve. These Democrats, you hear about this, they are trying to destroy what we call the nuclear family. There's people that I know personally that have sent their kids to college. 4 years later, when that kid comes home, he's a different kid. He's not the same kid that left home. The loving kid that was, the love he showed towards his parents. Totally different. Totally different. These are indoctrination camps, these universities. I mean, we talked about this before, till we're blue in the face. But, it's the generation that's going to take over this country, Steve, because we're going to all be gone pretty soon. I mean, what it's going to be like, because even right now, this is not the same America that we, you look back at how we grew up, like I said, in the 60s and 70s. I mean, when I was 18 years old and got out of high school, there wasn't a lot of job opportunities in the city I was from. So I made a decision. I said, you know what? I love this country. I'm going to go into the U.S. Army, and my MOS was 11 Bravo. And for those who haven't been in the military and don't know what that is, that means you take up weapons and you defend the Constitution of the United States, all enemies, foreign and domestic. So you basically learn how to kill is what you do. And that's what made me a man, Steve. That's what made me a man, was going into the military, learning how to take care of myself, make a bed where you could drop a quarter on it and it would bounce up, how to shine your shoes, clean your own drawers, not depend on mommy and daddy and live in the basement. And that's the problem today. It's just, it's really a sad state of affairs, and it is getting dangerous. And the people that are running this government, they are really putting us at risk. by the rhetoric that comes out of them. You know, you never hear about God. You never hear about freedom, anything like that come out of their mouth. But I'm telling you, Steve, they are really putting us at risk on what they're doing with our energy, with the military, how they've cut all the spending. I mean, we're not even going to make nukes anymore for our subs. The general was saying the other, oh, yeah, we got plenty of nukes. We're okay. You know, in the meantime, did you hear what China's doing? Steve, they are making so many nuclear missiles for ballistic missiles for their subs and everything else, nukes, that they're going to be way ahead of us, and we'll never catch up. Just like what you were talking about with the jabs the other day. You know, how we're so short of them now.
8,500 javelins we've sent to Ukraine, apparently. That's astounding.
Well, let's just deplete our military, deplete our missile system, you know, deplete our oil, our propane, you know, our natural gas, everything. You know, they are really trying to destroy this nation. And these people are sick. And I just hope we find out in a couple of weeks that we may have a chance to save it. I don't know. There are still some good leaders out there that are you know, in their 40s that might step up. You know, like DeSantis, for instance, and you know, maybe Josh Hawley. He's one. Cotton from Arkansas. There are a lot more younger ones stepping up. You can hear it in these governor races. These different Republicans that I never heard of. They're pretty sharp and they're pretty fed up. But we'll see if we can turn it around. But after you read that article about Pennsylvania, Steve, that kind of set me off.
I'm thinking now. So we may not know till we may not know who controls the Senate until maybe November the 10th, something like that.
Oh my God! It's like, remember when we used to have elections back in the day, Steve, and you know, it was like 9, 10 o'clock at night. You knew who was your governor, your senator, your president before you went to bed.
Now you get up. Now you get up the next morning and they say it may be tomorrow before we know. It may be the next day. You know.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's
exactly.
insane.
Anyway, it's insane. Anyway, brother, you have yourself a good weekend, and I'll holler back at you next week.
All right.
Take care, Steve.
Thank you for checking in. You do the same. There you go. All right. The pharmaceutical giant Aurobindo Pharma USA recalling 2 blood pressure medications due to fears of them posing a cancer risk, according to the Food and Drug Administration. The drugs Quinapril and then hydrochlorothiazide, if that's how you pronounce it. I've never heard of that one. Commonly used to treat hypertension, being pulled off the shelf for containing high levels of nitrosamine. They say the compound isn't dangerous in low levels, but can elevate risk of cancer in high amounts. So I'm guessing somehow these pills have a higher quantity than they're supposed to have of nitrosamine. Qualinex, a trade return management service, will be notifying their distributors and customers by phone and in writing to immediately discontinue distribution of the specific lots being recalled and to notify their sub-accounts. Let's see. Now, the medications are said to be pink-colored, scored, round-shaped Biconivex film-coated tablets, debossed with a D on the scored side and a 19 on the other side, according to the advisory. Patients should contact their doctor or healthcare provider about whether or not to continue taking the medication or whether to consider an alternative prior to returning to their medication. This just 3 weeks after a packaging mix-up led to the recall of another blood pressure medication and medication designed to lower the risk of having a stroke or severe heart problems. All right, boy, every night I'm sitting here sharing some kind of a recall. Man, it's just... Okay, we got a Friday before we forget. Hey, it's Final day. This is it, folks. Final day of the $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway. Teaming up with TNCRadio.live in this nationwide contest. So you got technically an opportunity to enter 4 keywords today. Let's give you keyword number 1 is day, D-A-Y. Again, the final day of our $1,000 daily driver bonus. Head on over to TNCRadio.live or use the TNCRadio.live app. Enter the keyword day. First, you click on contest, enter the word day, answer a couple of quick questions, name. They really need your phone number. That's the kicker right there. Make sure you got your phone number in there, because when they pull the winning name at high noon, I guess the final drawing will be taking place. It would be Saturday at noon, right? Because you're going to be entering throughout the day today in that final $1,000 winner to be pulled. So, when they pull the winner's name, they'll call the number, and if they don't get an answer, they just go to the next name on the list. So, all right, additional keywords. We'll have another keyword coming your way later this morning. We might even throw in a bonus keyword this Friday morning. Then additional keywords 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. today at TNC Radio. So good luck from TNC Radio and Hot Shot Secret. First keyword on a Friday is day. How much you planning to spend this Christmas? According to the survey, Americans intend to spend an average of $932 on Christmas gifts this year. Highest estimate since prior to the pandemic, going back to 2019, according to the new Gallup poll. Now, in a poll taken last October, Americans estimated they would spend on average $837. In October of 2020, they predicted they would spend about $805. So that's a pretty big, nearly $100 more for this year versus last. The new prediction nearly matches the $942 that was forecast in October of 2019 before the pandemic. Here's how they break it down. 34% say they will spend $1,000 or more on Christmas. 21% it'll be between $500 and $999. 12% between $250 and $500. 17% just $100 to $249. 3% will spend less than $100. 8% will spend nothing. I guess there are some people that do not celebrate Christmas, right? There you go. Gallup poll, Christmas spending, if we're spending $100 more on average this year than the previous, you'd think that would bode well for the retailers and whatnot. But oddly enough, the same day those numbers come out, Amazon is saying they're anticipating a whole lot less online spending this year. And their stock, I don't know, would you say tanked? I think it was down like 19%, but big drop in Amazon, which was kind of surprising when I see the amount that people are going to spend. So I'll pull up the rest on that coming up here. Eskimo Mom on a Friday. Good morning.
Hi, Steve. Happy Friday, and in my case, Hump Day.
Yes.
But that medicine you're talking about, the hydrochlorothiazide, that's actually a minor diuretic. I'm on a lisinopril hydrochlorothiazide to take care of some edema that I have and help out with my blood pressure. But with the person that got hacked with Facebook, unfortunately, there's a lot of us we're getting suckered in by these hackers. They pretend to be our friends and they mess with us.
Yep. And then if they can, I mean, obviously what they're trying to do is if you have on your account, if they get access to your account, they can pull up. I believe they can get in and use if you have a credit card attached to your account or something.
Yes. That's why it's like the best thing to do is not have anything attached to your Facebook account and even with Google and some of these others, it's just like do everything kind of separate. Make sure you write that password down so you never forget it.
Yeah.
Or you have access to it. Because when my account was hacked here several months ago, it was murder trying to get back into it, and seeing some of my friends go through it, and about some of them got suckered in, but some of them got suckered in, and some of them just said poo poo, it's not her.
Yeah, I had a friend that worked at a bank who was explaining to me, if you're gonna, if you use a card to purchase online or Facebook, and she was saying Facebook's probably one of the worst to have any kind of a card attached to. But if you're going to use one, make sure it's like a MasterCard or a Visa. She said, do not use your debit card, even if it's like a Visa debit card, because the debit card doesn't have the protections, apparently, that you could get your money back if it's an actual credit card.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's and and if I remember right, with an actual credit card, it's like you have a $50 limit, and then after that the bank it's something like a $50 limit where the bank will take over, or take care of your issues,
right,
or pay off whatever.
Yep.
But you just want to try to avoid it whenever you can.
Yep. All right. Well, Eskimo Mom, I'm looking forward to my weekend. I guess enjoy you working the weekend.
Oh yeah, but I'm sorry I dropped off yesterday. But I was about ready to come to my store, and then I had to do a live unload at my store, and after that I had somebody from work called, so I had to take care of that. But what I wanted to dovetail was with Captain Ron yesterday with his attached retina. I had one 7 years ago, and in my case, because my eyeball is I'm severely nearsighted. My eyeball is a lot longer than normal, and it's a hazard of that. My vision of that eye was 20/800 at the time, and then I had to have had to have the fluid sucked out of my eyeball, then put a gas bubble in, and I had to lay up face first for a couple of weeks. It was miserable, and I was off work for about 4 months because I developed cataracts right after that, and then it was touch and go whether I would be coming back to work and drive again.
Wow. Well, everything's okay now, though, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yes, it is. And I actually retired that retina doctor. As long as I didn't have any issues for 5 years. Hey, he said, hey, don't come back and see me unless you need me, unless you start having issues.
Good deal.
But you do want to keep up with those eye checks and everything, so that way they can catch those problems when they're little. And not have to, and you're not having to wake up one morning and find out, oh crap, I've got to make it to the hospital now, and they're not even giving it a shot, and you'd be like blind man, where it's like they can't really do, they're having a hard time being able to do anything for him at this stage
right.
of the game.
It'd be too late, too little, too late, right? All right, well, good to hear from you, Eskimo Mom. Thanks for being with us here on a Friday morning. Yeah, here's the scoop on Amazon. Amazon stock fell 14% in after-hours trading Thursday after they forecast their holiday quarter sales were going to be lighter than analysts had expected. You know, like I said, which kind of defies logic to me when people are going to be spending more this year than last. I don't really understand. The e-commerce giant said they expect revenue for the final 3 months of the year to be between $140 to $148 billion, significantly below the $155 billion that analysts surveyed had expected. So that weaker forecast, as rising inflation and looming recession fears weigh on consumer purchasing decisions. Now, they reported revenue $127.1 billion for the third quarter. That's a 15% increase from last year, but still missed the Wall Street estimates. There's obviously a lot happening in the macroeconomic environment, and will balance our investments to be more streamlined without compromising our long-term strategic bets, according to Amazon's CEO. Now, they reported their Amazon Web Services segment sales were up 27% year over year. That's great. But that's a slower pace of growth for a closely watched business unit than Wall Street had expected. What kind of growth did they want out of these companies? You say 27%, that's not good enough? My goodness. Amazon's cloud computing division continues to be a strong profit driver for the company. Amazon posted a $2.9 billion profit for the quarter, much improved from the prior quarter where they posted a $2 billion net loss, largely due to their investment in the electric vehicle maker Rivian. Anyway, the latest results as a precarious time for the e-commerce giant. Amazon initially saw their business boom during the pandemic as more consumers relied on, obviously, online shopping. Hey, you're locked in, you can't go anywhere, what the heck? So you order online. Now they're confronting a shift back to people shopping in person, as well as a souring economic outlook that's kind of hampering consumer demand. One senior analyst at investing.com said Amazon's earnings report proves even they are not immune to the challenges facing the tech industry at large, as it struggles in the face of worsening macroeconomic headwinds, soaring inflation, and concerns about a possible recession. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Kind of comical. Washington State Patrol trooper was treated kind of to a spooky sight, responding to a crash this past morning in Seattle, Washington, eastbound I-90, they say. Yet the truck driver was not actually injured, but when the trooper arrived on the scene, in the passenger seat, the co-driver in this truck was one of those, those skeletons, one of the big skeletons. I think 5'7" had one of those. The co-passenger was laid over sideways as the truck was on its side. But all right, just in time for Halloween, right? It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, back after a news break.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Officials are warning about soaring heating costs. The Department of Energy expects heating bills to go up about 28% this season as inflation rises. Axios reports people in states like Connecticut, New York, Pennsylvania, and Maine should expect caps on heating oil purchases as supplies dwindle. It's been months since the Uvalde school shooting, which left 19 children and 2 teachers dead. And parents and families are calling for consequences for the slow police response. Texas State Democratic Senator Roland Gutierrez says the public has a right to more information on the case.
They don't want to see their dead kids. They want to know who failed. And who failed was every law enforcement agency at the scene and even the BORTAC team.
This is USA Radio News.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-568-2790. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-568-2790. That's 800-568-2790. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-568-2790.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back on a Friday. Yeah, plenty of room for you. Jump on in. What's on your mind? It's 844-844-3388. Ken chiming in a bit ago on our Facebook page. SpaceX, the head of that organization, did what they call a TED Talk. Just talking about the launch this past evening, right? Not only is she gorgeous, but brilliant as well. Man, she gave so much detail. Anyway, we're in Northeast Indiana. It's dry and dusty tonight. Dingbat's on board. Just checking in, telling everyone my official date of surgery, November 16 at 5:30 a.m. Central Time. Boy, first of the day, right? Right out of the box. Hope everybody's having a great night. Have a good weekend. Psycho Trucker chiming in here about an hour ago. Said, freight is dead. Our company is having trouble finding freight. And what they do find is cheap freight, not worth running. Joe Biden, best president ever. LOL. I guess several others asking Psycho Trucker, who you working for? Yeah, you know, we shared there are some sectors that are having a difficult time finding freight. other sectors that are still running, I don't know if you'd say gangbusters, but still not really seeing any real issues right now. But we had that FreightWave story the other morning that, the trucking industry, they go through these boom and bust cycles. Yeah, it's notorious in the industry. We had the pandemic, freight, everything. We need the truckers, and we need the truckers. We can't get it there, and everybody jumps into the business. A lot of guys buy a truck, say, "Hey, I'm going to, be a truck driver." The numbers were 265,000. New, I guess, DOT numbers or whatever issued. Most of which would be the small companies that jumped into trucking. Now, a lot of people jump into it. And, of course, when the freight rates are through the roof and you're making money, hand over fist, but they aren't really good company operators. They don't know how to run their business per se, and they don't put money aside for when times get tough. And all of a sudden, when things do get tight, they all go out of business. Next thing you see is where we've had this shortage of new trucks because of the the chip shortage and all that. So the used trucks costs were through the roof. A lot of these people were spending $100,000 to buy a used truck, not a new truck, but 2- and 3-year-old trucks, which now, so the payments for that truck are a lot higher than you would typically have for a used truck. And all of a sudden you can't pay your bills. Next, the cycle continues. The next thing, there's a glut of used trucks flooding the market. The prices, obviously, then begin to plummet. And it's almost like lather, rinse, repeat. The cycle starts over again. Just like the economy, you have the ups, the downs. What is it? Traditionally, you go into a recession like every 7 years, something like that, if memory serves. But all right, hello to Kentucky Ken. Good morning, Overnight Drive crew. Mr. Summers, happy Friday, or happy hump day for Eskimo Mom. On my break in Elizabethtown, Kentucky, pick up my trailer in Louisville later this morning, heading back to northern Kentucky. Safe miles and safe travels to all Kentucky Ken listening in this morning. Thank you much. Good to have you all on board. All right. Back to the calls in a moment at 844-844-3388. So Amazon had some disappointing numbers this past day. What's going on with, I still call it Facebook. They changed the name to Meta. What, about a year ago? Meta Platforms, Look at these numbers. Zuckerberg's fortune plunging by $11 billion, with a B, billion dollars, after they reported their second straight quarter of disappointing earnings, bringing his total wealth loss to more than $100 billion in just 13 months. Zuckerberg now has a net worth of $38.1 billion, according to the Bloomberg Billionaires Index, which that is stunning because his net worth was $142 billion just a little over a year ago, September of 2021. While many of the world's richest people have seen their fortunes tumble this year, Zuckerberg has been the single biggest loser among those on the wealth list. Anyway, Facebook, or Meta's revenue, fell 4.5% from a year ago, so that's the second consecutive quarterly drop after never posting declining sales before this year. Meanwhile, the social media platform faces ballooning costs as they fund their version of virtual reality. Shares of Meta opened 25% lower Thursday in New York. The stock price of about $100 per share, the lowest price since 2016. At one point, Meta, or Facebook's shares, were up to $382 per share at the peak. Now, Zuckerberg said, I get that a lot of people might disagree with this investment. They changed, of course, their name from Facebook to Meta about a year ago. He stood by the pivot, said it's fundamentally important to the future. But Zuckerberg himself holds more than 350 million shares, according to the latest proxy statement. At one point, Zuckerberg was actually at number 3 on the Bloomberg Wealth Index, I guess like third richest person. He was only behind Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates. At this point, as of Wednesday's close, he was at number 23 on that list. And I guess if he just lost another $11 billion, he's probably obviously dropped even further. Wow. Now, I'll be honest, I haven't tuned into CNBC's Jim Cramer in quite some. I used to watch Jim on a pretty regular basis. I thought he was a pretty savvy guy. So I guess Jim's still doing his thing, but I guess he had been a big advocate and advising people to buy Facebook or buy Meta as it's known now. And apparently yesterday with this latest drop in share prices, he actually was, I guess, almost crying on the air, overcome with emotion, as he apologized for being wrong about Facebook's parent company. Facebook stock over the past month has plunged as it was $138.61 on October the 3rd, the first day of trading this month. It was down to just over $98 a share this past morning. Now, back in June of this year, Cramer was, I guess, on the show encouraging people, buy. Meta's going to go up. However, during yesterday's squawk on the street, he kind of broke down. He says, I made a mistake here. I was wrong. I trusted this management team. That was ill-advised. The hubris here is extraordinary, and I apologize. He stated that, his purpose for being on television doing what he does every day is to try to help people every day. I mean, the idea is it's all about investment stuff, right? Who's going up, who's going down. Yeah, he had confidence, and as he admitted, I failed to help people. I own that. I was too close to the company. I didn't think the company would be ill-advised as to spend through what they had without any discipline whatsoever. When they told him, he was like, listen, Jim, you're not the only person that thought that their stock was going to perform well. He simply said, I really don't care about that. I effed up. They had to bleep out the F-bomb on his show. Yeah, so we just shared the numbers about Zuckerberg, who's lost tens of billions of dollars as the Meta stock tumbles. 16 before the hour. Back to the calls here. 5-7, take 2.
Hey, yeah, I'm just going to make an example. I've fought all my life. When I got into it, I registered as a Democrat because I come out of the Navy and went to Ohio trying to get my marriage back together. And, whenever I got my Ohio license, and this is back in, 77 maybe? Yeah. And they, when I got my license, they asked, well, you want to register? So I said, yeah, and they Republican. At that point, I ain't paid much attention. So I said, well, what's the president? Carter at the time. They said, Democrat. And I said, well, I'll be a Democrat. Well, I never voted Democrat because when I started hearing Reagan and pro-life, and I said, well, I'm pro-life. And after that, I never went even close to being Democrat. Got to West Virginia, same thing, fighting union people about, supporting Reagan and then George Bush, and then driving through because one shop at a coal mine decided to strike and one didn't, but they still expected to have their oil brought into them. I brought it into them. My boss hired me to do a job. I'm going to do it. I've even, when all of a sudden I'm a scab because I got laid off from one job, and 3 drivers voted the union in, and all of a sudden I'm told I'm a scab. I'm getting calls at the house threatening my life, and I keep going. I was in 80, 81, dodging bridges, with supposed off bridges. Let's go. We'll jump all the way down here to 18 years ago. I moved south here in South Carolina. All right, I'm in a 99.9%. There was only 2 white drivers, and one grew up with the boss, and then me. It's all black. I mean, you want to talk about the hate, distrust, and prejudice. You know, I lived through it. I mean, if I got one load more than the rest, it's because I was getting white money. I never heard of white money. I've seen my pay package. They used to lay it out in the mailbox, and time again, I'd see fingerprints on my pay. The envelope opened up. Somebody checking to see if I got any of that white money. 'Cause, they say they ran the same as me. So I'm telling you, they're not my enemy. At the time when Barack Obama was getting elected, and it looked like he was going, I had one get right in my face and said, "Boy, are you going to get yours when Barack Obama gets in office?" And that he wasn't the only one. Well, I listened to some of these little radio stations down here that would be catering to them, and they actually believed that they were going to have free health care. They believed that Barack Obama, and they were going to take over, and they were going to take these companies from white people. This is what they said. They're going to take it from the white people that stole everything and give it. In other words, like they did in the Southern Africa, out there,
Right.
where what was going on in Africa.
I got a question for you, 5-7. Who said anything about race?
Go ahead.
Who said anything about race? Why are you on race? Something was said.
No, I'm not on race.
Something.
I'm not on race. I'm talking about.
You're talking race right now. That's exactly what you're talking.
Okay, no, they're not my enemy. I'm telling you, because here in the last few years.
But you're bringing race into someone saying that it's not about the color of the skin. It's about the left-leaning liberal mentality. I don't care what color the skin is. But don't make it sound like all the left or the liberals are one color or something, though.
Yeah, it's like the college kids. I'm talking about my experience down here. I don't stick my head in the ground. But what I'm getting at is during this last election, I mean, at first everybody was happy because of Trump was out of there. In the last 2 years, the guys that looked at me and said they were going to cut my throat are my friends. They don't, they're proud. They're not going to admit that anything was wrong. But we work together. We're close. We got each other's back. I'm saying the people, these students that we see, like Benny on the Block. I mean, I love these interviews when they ask them, all right, Trump was, an anti-Semite. How was he an anti-Semite? None of them know. And then when he asked them, well, his son-in-law is Jewish, and they didn't know it. These people don't know. But there's people like I post things on your page. He's like a teacher that quit her job in California because she was seeing what was going on. And the only way she could get the word out there was quit her job, go to private teaching. There's Miss Owens. I mean, she's there. They have to do it. They have to change their own. And these students, if you get one or two that starts of any color and sees that they're being educated wrong, they can change. We're not done. I mean, we're seeing the politicians, like over in Arizona. She's standing up to the media and putting them in their place. Of all things, Ted Cruz
I think
on the View.
The message being presented was that maybe we're not there yet, but don't stick your head in the sand and don't say we can't get there. If you stick your head in the sand was the suggestion that you'll find yourself when you pull it out, you've made a big mistake. Don't allow that to happen. Don't just think if you ignore it or let it go, it's going to disappear, because it ain't going anywhere if we don't fight back to stop it.
Well, when you leave your house, like I have more than once, and in the last 18 years, when you leave your house, you're not sure if you're going to get back because they meant what they said. But because of times they cooled off, and because, hey, they don't like paying their high fuel prices, the food prices, and people that once hated me are looking at this administration and what's going on in our attorney general, or the attorney general, not attorney general, but the head doctor, transgender doctor. I mean, face it, it's the government for Sodom and Gomorrah. So don't nobody tell me I'm sticking my head in the sand. I've been in this a long time. I'm 65 years old. And guess what? I made a pot of coffee, half a cup. I put six cups in a 12 cup. And I put 2 whole scoops, and I put a 2.5 for some reason for this morning. And I ain't got no blood pressure problem. I'm sitting here drinking coffee all day. I'm 65. I believe God has control. So I don't have to live in fear. God has control. And these people, until that day when they pick up arms against it, which they will.
But don't forget, though, you can't just say God is in control. Yeah, he is in control, but God gives people guidance and brains and education to do the right thing, to stop the evil. You can't just say God's got it all in control and ignore it and saying he'll take care of it. No, he actually has people that he gives the wisdom and the knowledge to help make decisions on what route to take. Sometimes you have to fight. And with that, we'll get a quick timeout. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Trying to remember, what was the old parable where I sent you a boat? I sent you 2 boats. I sent you a helicopter. But he said, no, God will take care of me. God will intervene. Remember that old parable? Yeah, a guy that's out there needing to be rescued. Helicopter shows up. He said, no, God will intervene. Yeah, not 1 but 2 boats. That old parable. And he drowns. He said, well, God, why didn't you intervene? I sent you 2 boats. I sent a helicopter. I mean, you remember that old? It's 844-844-3388. Now, one point he made there is many of those who voted for Biden are having, what do they call it, buyer's remorse? According to the polls, that is correct. I mean, if I ask you what a conservative publication would be, none of you would say USA Today, right? By no means. USA Today, one of the left-leaning publications. Now, when USA Today reports which they did yesterday. They're saying 40% of Hispanics and 21% of blacks are backing the Republican Party. The issue of inflation, the feeling that the White House hasn't done enough to address it, helping Republicans score significant inroads among Hispanic and black voters. Both of those are demographics the Democrats have relied on for generations. For context, back in 2020, Trump earned 12% of the black vote and 32% of the Hispanic vote. Now, if the USA Today numbers prove to be true come election night, I mean, it's lights out for the Democrats. Now, even if the Republicans gain, say 15 to 18% of the black vote, that is a game changer, they say. In a generic vote, voters have switched preferences since the last time the USA Today poll was conducted in July. Today, the Republican Party is up by 4 points, 49 to 45%. Now in July, the GOP was down by 4 points, 44 to 40. Overall, the Republicans have increased support by 9 points and gained 8 points on the Democrat Party. Why this surge in Republican support? Well, it's a lot more than, the old saying, it's the economy, stupid. There's so much more to it. And some of these people are indeed waking up. But we'll get our news break here. We roll up on the midnight hour on the West Coast. It's a Friday morning. Got plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Americans expect to spend more money on Christmas gifts this year. Those surveyed in a new poll from Gallup anticipate they'll shell out $932. The predicted increase comes despite record high inflation that has driven up the cost of everyday items. It's the 4th anniversary of the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in U.S. history. It happened in Pittsburgh, and President Biden is praising the community for coming together following the tragedy in which an alleged white supremacist killed 11 worshipers at a synagogue in 2018. New news is out regarding the gross domestic product.
America's gross domestic product increased 0.6% after 2 quarters of decline, but key components continue to show an economic downturn. The third quarter figures were skewed by international trade components, which often exhibit big swings from one period to the next. Michael Gapin, chief U.S. economist for Bank of America, says it won't take much further slowing from here to tip the economy into a recession. End quote. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Mortgage rates are increasing yet again. Freddie Mac says the 30-year rate went up to 7.08% this week. That's more than double what it was this time last year. It comes as the Fed Reserve has been hiking interest rates in a bid to fight soaring inflation this year. Another interest rate hike is expected next week. President Biden spent part of his Thursday commending a Micron technology plant in upstate New York for its plan to build a new computer chip fabrication plant. Speaking in Syracuse, Biden saying it's one of the most significant investments the country has ever seen. Biden now at his Delaware home. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Cyber Director Chris Ingalls and Deputy National Security Advisor for Cyber and Emergency Technology Ann Neuberger appeared at a Center for Strategic and International Studies event to discuss U.S. cybersecurity. Neuberger says a key challenge is to prioritize the many threats the country faces.
It's not correct to treat everybody and everything the same because there's a spectrum of risk, and we need to ensure that the security requirements match the risk in that area.
A second railroad union on Wednesday voted against a tentative labor agreement negotiated in part by the Biden administration. It's an effort to avoid a nationwide rail strike in November that would endanger the national supply chain. Wisconsin Republican Congressman Brian Stile speaks about a possible strike on Fox Business.
This is the Biden administration further demonstrating their incompetence and kicking the can down the road past the midterms. Past the midterms, we're facing the headwinds of a potential rail strike.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says the administration is urging negotiations to avoid a shutdown, which could halt around 40% of the United States' long-distance trade. Week 8 of the NFL season kicks off Thursday night with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers hosting the Baltimore Ravens. Kickoff set for just after 8:15 p.m. on Amazon Prime. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to say
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Looks like we're all on the same page as we cross that midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Friday for our friends listening in on the Pacific time zone. Hey, we get ready for the weekend, right? TGIF. I went back to the archives. I found the old parable. I think it was, this was from the Psychology Today website in 2009. There are various iterations, but this was the whole parable I was talking about. The storm descends on a small town. The downpour turns into a flood. As the waters rise, the local preacher kneels in prayer on the church porch, surrounded by water. By and by, one of the townsfolk comes up in a canoe. Says, "Better get in, preacher. Water's rising fast." No. I have faith in the Lord. He'll save me. Still, the waters rise. Now the preacher's on the balcony, wringing his hands. Another guy zips up in a motorboat. "Come on, preacher, we need to get out of here. The levee's gonna break." Once again, the preacher unmoved. "I shall remain. The Lord will see me through." After a while, the levee breaks, and the flood rushes over the church. Only the steeple is above water. Now the preacher's up there, clinging to the cross. When a helicopter descends out of the clouds, state trooper calls down to him through the megaphone, "Grab the ladder, preacher! This is your last chance!" Again, the preacher insists, "No, the Lord will deliver me." And he drowns. A pious man, the preacher goes to heaven. After a while, gets his interviewed with the Almighty, and he asks, "Lord, I had unwavering faith in you. Why didn't you deliver me from the flood? Well, what did you want from me? I sent you 2 boats and a helicopter. That's the moral of the story, the common lesson. God helps those who help themselves. None of us can expect God. We can't sit back and expect him to do it all for us. That was the parable. And that is a valid lesson for today, right? All right, moving on. Next on the list here. Okay, so if you live along the Gulf Coast or the East Coast, one of your greater concerns is you might just have to encounter a hurricane now and again. For those of us who live in the Midwest, in Tornado Alley, your concerns would be, may deal with a tornado here and there. For our West Coast friends, a bigger concern, typically earthquakes. California and much of the West, more prone for earthquakes. Well, if you're going to live on a volcano, the distinct possibility is you might have a volcanic eruption. Hawaii officials are warning residents of the Big Island that the world's largest active volcano, Mauna Loa, is sending signals that it may erupt. Scientists say an eruption is not imminent at this point, but they are on alert because of a recent spike in earthquakes at the volcano's summit. Now, experts say it would take a matter of hours for lava to reach homes closest to the vents of the volcano, which last erupted in 1984. Hawaii's Civil Defense Agency is holding meetings across the island to inform and educate residents how to prepare. They recommend have your go bag with food, have a place to stay once you leave home, make plans for reuniting with family members. Not to panic, everybody, but they have to be aware that you live on the slopes of the Mauna Loa volcano. There is a potential for some kind of lava disaster. That was the word from the administrator for Hawaii's civil defense. The volcano makes up 51% of the Hawaiian Islands landmass, so a large portion of the island has the potential to be affected by an eruption. There's been a surge of development on the Big Island in recent decades as the population has more than doubled to 200,000 people today from a mere 92,000 in 1980. And many of these newer residents weren't around when the Mauna Loa last erupted 38 years ago. All the more reason why officials are spreading the word about the science of the volcano, urging people to be prepared. Mauna Loa rising 13,679 feet above sea level. The much larger neighbor to the Kilauea volcano, which erupted in a residential neighborhood, destroying 700 homes just a few years ago. Some of its slopes are much steeper than Kilauea's, so when it erupts, the lava flow is going to be much faster. Now, during a 1950 eruption, the mountain's lava was traveling, they traveled 15 miles, reaching the ocean in less than 3 hours' time. In other words, you don't have a lot of time to get out of the way. The Hawaiian Volcano Observatory, part of the U.S. Geological Survey, said the Mauna Loa has been in a state of heightened unrest since about the middle of last month. The number of earthquakes along the summit jumped from, say, 10 to 20 per day. It is now more like 40 to 50 per day. Scientists believe these earthquakes are occurring because there's more magma flowing into the summit reservoir from the hot spot under the Earth's surface that feeds that molten rock to the Hawaii volcanoes. Again, so you're being advised. I'd recommend just not sitting back and saying, no, the Lord will deliver. He'll take care of me. That's a great example. Take the advice, heed the advice, and be ready to act to preserve life. And it's Casual Friday. Hello, Scarecrow. What's going on?
Well, we're doing what we got to do, doing what we're paid to do here. Steve, I had to, after Moose got done kicking ass there, I had to slap myself up alongside the face as a reminder that this is Casual Friday. Oh, let me tell you, the way the texting was taking place after that, there's quite a bunch of individuals out there that are proud to call him a friend. No, it's being a pretty good end of the week here. We could use rain. Obviously, we had maybe about an inch earlier in the week, but that was certainly not enough to cause any runoff or anything that's going to feed the big Mississippi by any means. But no, if it's going to be non-rain, we'll take the forecasts. We're looking at, low mid-60s, upper 60s for the next week here. The trick-or-treaters should be happy. They're not going to have to wear their winter gear.
No snow gear?
Under their
They could all dress up as
earlier on.
all be Eskimos for Halloween, right?
Yeah, really. That was always such a downer when you had to wear that heavy gear and the artificial mask over the top of that. But, looking good there. Got to kind of correct myself a little bit on last night's report on that Darrell Brooks and that did all the carnage in that parade float.
Yes.
Christmas parade last year up here at Waukesha. I kind of misspoke when I said, he was found guilty or received life. Well, they haven't gone to the sentencing part yet. It was the jury that found him guilty on all charges. There's like 70 plus charges, including six charges of basically intentional felony leading to a death, and each of those is automatic life in prison in Wisconsin here. And then there was, 60 plus others, each a felony in itself, which they say would be a life sentence also, if they were grouped together. So no, I guess we know what his future is going to hold there. But anyway, one of your stories last night, if not night before, referencing how the large fleets and all truckers in general, how tough it is to find equipment and whatnot these days. And I've been kind of paying attention, in particular up through Madison, Wisconsin area. Tonight when I went through, I glanced over at Truck Country. They always got a pretty good selection of used equipment sitting around, and shucks, I don't think there's maybe a dozen trucks sitting there. They're all used, but Wisconsin Kenworth, they have a dealership right on the interstate at Madison, and I've been looking all week. I don't think there's a single new truck on their lot right now. The new ones that are sitting there, they've been there for probably a year. It's a building building material supplier. They must have bought quite a bunch of them, and they've been storing them there. But no, there's I think 4, maybe 5 trucks sitting, facing the highway. But I believe they're all used equipment. No, there's maybe one spotting tractor sitting there, but La Crosse Kenworth, which is another flagship part of Wisconsin Kenworth, there may be half dozen new ones sitting up there, but no, I can certainly see how these fleets that want to buy them by the hundreds at a time or whatnot, it's just not happening these days, Then beyond that, what the heck? There was one other thing, but I guess that gonna have to wait for later because I'm gonna burn up a whole lot of silent airtime trying to come up with it here, bud. So that, yeah, it don't matter. I'm just about up to my shipping point here, anyways. But so either way, yeah, we'll work on it some here and hopefully gather our thoughts in the next hour or two. If not, I have a pleasant weekend there, pal, and we'll do it right back over again, right?
All righty. Thank you very much, Scarecrow. Have a great weekend. Good to have him on board here Friday morning. It's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
After seeing the video that Heatwave posted earlier this past evening, what was that magical object in the sky he was saying? A lot of folks sharing the video, and matter of fact, the KOLD News, like the Channel 13 out of Tucson. Yeah, the rocket launched by SpaceX Thursday evening. Visible across southern Arizona. That was a Starlink launch. SpaceX launching 53 Starlink broadcast or broadband satellites on a Falcon 9 rocket that lifted off from the Vandenberg Space Force Base shortly after 6 o'clock last evening. The 8th liftoff and landing for that particular booster, according to SpaceX. Of course, the first stage returning to Earth shortly after launch, the upper stage continuing towards orbit to deploy the Starlink satellites. But that was quite the beautiful view this past evening across southern Arizona. Pretty impressive. Who we got on board?
Hey, Steve. Maurice here. How are you?
Maurice. Well, hi, Maurice.
Hey, Steve, I just going to say I'm a big fan of one of your columns, and I want him to stop all this nitpicking and race baiting. We want to hear more stories about a virile 19-year-old muscly armed Navy man giving a 13-year-old girl a whiz on his motor scooter before getting her some hot, expensive meat. We need some more Salisbury steak, Steve. Bye!
Hey, Maurice. Have a great morning. What the hell's into people? It's just a sliver of a moon out there. Oh, speaking of which, in that video that Heatwave was, you could see the rocket, and it was about a 4-minute video. So you see the rocket, it's kind of low on the horizon, but it's going up, and then the moon comes into into the screen. A beautiful video. Looked like it was a beautiful night there in Arizona, out toward, I think he was out toward Phoenix, as a matter of fact. Hey, you can't say they don't give you advance notice. The Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance looking ahead to next year already. International Road Check and several other major truck inspection and enforcement efforts. They're already telling us the dates for next year. Of course, every year there's numerous events throughout North America. Let's start off with the Human Trafficking Awareness Initiative starting in January. January the 9th through the 13th here in the U.S., February 20th through 24th in Canada. That's a program seeking to reduce human trafficking through coordinated enforcement and investigative and educational awareness in the commercial vehicle industry, of course. International Road Check, everybody's favorite, the 72 hours that many like to take a quick vacation. May the 16th through the 18th of 23. Road Check, the largest targeted enforcement program on commercial vehicles in the world, with nearly 15 trucks or buses inspected on average every minute during that 72-hour period. Then you've got Operation Safe Driver Week coming up July the 9th through the 15th, right after the July 4 weekend, right? During Operation Safe Driver Week, law enforcement personnel on the lookout for commercial motor vehicle drivers and passenger vehicle drivers engaged in risky driving. Typically, they're focused on doing something stupid around a big truck, right? Cutting them off, following it too close, all those kind of things. Another biggie's Brake Safety Week. You can circle your calendar to August the 20th through the 26th. During Brake Safety Week, commercial vehicle inspectors conducting, obviously, brake system inspections. Primarily level 4 inspections on large trucks and buses throughout North America to identify brake system violations. Then there is an unannounced one-day brake safety enforcement initiative. This can be held at any time during the year, which also pretty much just like Brake Safety Week involves inspectors checking brakes to identify brake violations. This year's surprise Brake Safety Day took place back in April, on April the 27th there. All right, a total of 23 vehicles involved in multiple accidents that sent 7 to the hospital due to slippery road conditions in New Rochelle, New York. New York State Police said a semi-truck was traveling on I-95 northbound, leaking something, approximately 100 gallons of an unknown liquid substance, which was extremely slippery, sparking ultimately a series of crashes, ultimately involving a total of 21 cars and 2 tractor trailers. 7 sent to the hospital, most of those minor injuries. All right, no severe injuries reported there. Some of our industry headlines. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Officials are warning about soaring heating costs. The Department of Energy expects heating bills to go up about 28% this season as inflation rises. Axios reports people in states like Connecticut, New York, Pennsylvania, and Maine should expect caps on heating oil purchases as supplies dwindle. It's been months since the Uvalde school shooting, which left 19 children and 2 teachers dead. And parents and families are calling for consequences for the slow police response. Texas State Democratic Senator Roland Gutierrez says the public has a right to more information on the case.
They don't want to see their dead kids. They want to know who failed. And who failed was every law enforcement agency at the scene, and even the BORTAC team.
This is USA Radio News.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-568-2790. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-568-2790. That's 800-568-2790. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-568-2790.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I got an email from our old pal, Horse Feathers. I've reached the end of my day. So you have a good rest of the show. Have a good weekend. Catch you next week. All right, Horse Feathers. Then he did have a follow-up question. Yeah, I'm hearing about these interest rates. How come the interest rate home loans are like 7.5%? And somewhere in that area for cars, but I put money in the bank in my savings account. It's like it's up to 0.5%. How's that work? I don't really know how to. When I was a kid, it was actually worth putting money in the bank, and you could just. I remember watching the statement, like, "Hey, I made 50 cents in the last, whatever it was." You don't hardly get a penny anymore. Morning, Rambler. Happy Friday.
Well, good morning, Steve, and praise God, and thank you for taking my call, and hello out there, God's children, and yeah, all the talk about my Lord and Savior, you should have known this is going to elicit a response from me, so praise God. Steve, God uses a lot of people, like that parable you were using a while ago. I sent 2 boats in the helicopter you asked, I sent it, God calls people to preach, but not everyone's called to preach. You may be called to preach, or you may be called to sing. You may not be called to sing, you may be called to teach. You may be called just to go to the Dollar General, the Piggly Wiggly, and tell someone, God bless you. Everyone's called to do something by God. You may be called to rescue someone. It's all according to how God uses people. God will even use an atheist surgeon, a doctor. For example, if I know someone's going to have surgery, and look, we are a willing spirit, God's children, that's housed by a sinful shell. Our flesh is sinful, and when we die, that flesh dies with it. But a willing spirit that loves God will go on to be either in a God's beautiful heaven or in the devil's red hell. And I choose to be in a God's glorious heaven, Steve. But God will use even an atheist doctor to perform operations. And I know I prayed for people many times. And I prayed, Lord, guide the doctor's hands. Whatever needs to be cut out, this person cut out. But also, I've seen God miracles. Miracles. Can't explain it, but only God has healed people. So does God use people to perform operations? Yes. Will God miracle heal people? Yes, I've seen it. Glenn Collier, he's a former truck driver. This man was ate up with cancer, smoked cigarettes for years, and I'm not down on smokers. Don't think that, because I love you, God's children. But he did it to himself. This man, got saved. The church gathered around him and prayed, and when he went back to his oncologist, that man was healed, not a bit of cancer. So we know miracles happen. And I'm not God. I don't try to pretend I know it's mine, because I don't. But I'm living proof. Steve, you've heard my stories before.
Mm-hmm.
You go to our ministry page, Determined Ministries Church. Go to my ministry page, or our ministry page. When I say our, I say God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Ghost. Very first thing pinned is the accident I had in 2012, August the 30th. Now listen, I'm the only one in the cab. There's no one else in the cab of the truck but me and the Holy Ghost. That's it. And when I hit that tree at over 55 miles an hour, and I see a limb coming to the windshield and going to impale my head, and a hand grabs my shirt, snatches me out the way, that's God. Whether a man holding on to a steeple on a cross, and he sends a helicopter, that's God. It's all according to, are you paying attention to what he's trying to tell you? There was a movie called The Color Purple, one of my favorite movies of all time. Love it. This is back when Whoopi Goldberg was a good actress, and Oprah Winfrey was pretty good herself. There's a song they sing towards the end, and you can go to Spotify, Apple Music, and you can pull it up. It's called God's Trying to Tell You Something. Whether he uses a preacher or an ordinary human being, God's trying to tell us something every moment of every day. Every moment of every day, God's trying to speak to us and tell us. Sometimes he'll send an angel. Sometimes he'll use a preacher. Sometimes he may use a lost heathen to speak to you, are you willing to listen to what he says? Are you in a place with your faith? Are you willing to listen and accept that God's not a liar? He sleeps nor slumbers. And I tell you, been in some situations myself to where it's God. I tell you what, God's children, you tune in this Sunday night, Determined Ministries Church at 7 o'clock p.m. I will retell the story. And matter of fact, I sent this to Dale Buckwheat a while back. I sent where it happened at. You can go to Google Maps or whatever, MapQuest, whatever. Pull up the satellite view. You will see at Hellier Avenue in San Jose, California, at Highway 101 and Hellier Avenue, there is no church, there is no cross there. But on one particular night, there was a very illuminated cross. So God, y'all tune in. I will tell this story because the title of the message this Sunday is Don't Block Me. And we all get mad and aggravated when someone blocks us or deletes us off of Facebook. Well, thank God the Lord don't delete you, but you can delete yourself. Thank God for that, Steve. I know you got more callers to get to, and I hope I made sense to some people. I know when I come on, some people roll their eyes and, oh, God, the Bible-thumping preacher's on. Well, I don't care what folks have to say. Whether you hate me or you love me, it's not about me. It's about who died on that cross. And I want you to know the same man that I know. And that man who holds that name is Jesus. And he's seated at the right hand of the Father right now, interceding on our behalf. And I want you to know that man. Because if it wasn't for that man, I'd be dead a long time ago. And Steve, many of us listening would have been dead too. But tune in this Sunday. And guess what? After Determined Ministries Church is over, we have another show. Steve, what comes on after Determined Ministries Church?
Coming up at the midnight hour Eastern Time. Hey, we'll be back for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Yes, sir.
Broadcasting to you live from the thriving metropolitan city of Cincinnati, where you can get your White Castles and Skyline chili. And don't forget to check out Steve Summers' Facebook page. He's got shirts. He has got cups that'll keep a drink cold 24 hours, or keep coffee hot for, I don't know how long it keeps coffee hot, because I'm not a big coffee drinker, God's children. But check out the Facebook page. Send him some love. And right now, if you're listening, can we send Steve some love right now? Before I get off here and I say my famous words, I'm gonna count 3, 2, 1. And when I count 3, 2, 1, I want everyone to hit that heart and that like emoji. Can we do that? 3, 2, 1. Go ahead and do it right now. Show this page and show Steve some love. And God's children, love is not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, oh, Brother Rambler and Steve and everyone else listening can love you, and we do. And Steve, you have a great weekend. I'm off tomorrow night. Little Rambler it's his senior night, so me and his mother will be escorting him onto the football field for the last game of his senior year. And we love you, God's children. God bless you. And check us out at Determined Ministries Church. Bye, Steve.
Have a great weekend, Rambler. There, appreciate you being with us. There you go, on a Friday. And what's going on with Pup this morning?
Oh, just holding on this old steering wheel, Steve. Hey, did you read the follow-up article on that leaking tanker and that slick stuff?
No, did they ever determine what it was? I did not see the follow-up.
Yeah, it was the German version of KY jelly, Wiener Schlitten.
Really?
Yeah, Wiener Schlitten. Hey, I just about went all Earl Pitts American this morning when I went to get my beer for the weekend. You bought any beer for the weekend yet?
I've been noticing the prices are up again. I mean, we went from $15.99 for I get like the 15 pack about a year and a half ago. Now then went to 16 to 7. Now it's $18.99.
Yeah, buddy. Last week when I bought my beer, it was $17.99 for a 24 pack. Today it was $19.99.
Yep. Inflation. Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, buddy. Yep, that pisses me off more than the gas does, to tell you the truth. But take a guess what I got on my trailer. If you can guess it, I'll buy you a case of beer.
Oh, wait a minute. Blatz.
No, hell no. That's up in Wisconsin. I don't run up that way. No. Have you ever seen 18,000 pounds of banana pudding mix and pig mix?
No.
Me neither. That's a lot. Anyway, and what got me was I was reading that, and it was made at Fraser's Bottom over in off of 35 over there. And it reminded me when that used to be a 2-lane, we used to stop in there at that little truck stop and eat peach cobbler. And I didn't know if anybody else remembered Fraser's Bottom or not, but I guess I'll leave you with one little thing here, and this is clean enough you could tell the grandkids. What kind of pants does a ghost wear?
Oh, I don't know. What kind?
Blue jeans.
All right. Boo.
All right, Steve. Have
a great weekend. Enjoy that $20 beer, brother. $19.99. Yeah, everything went up a buck over the past week. For what I typically on my Miller Lite, I get the twist off cans, like the 16 the pints, 15 pints. This it went from $15.99 a year and a half ago, $16, $17, now $18.99. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Goodness, Rodney posted this yesterday. Got a picture of a bumper sticker on somebody's pickup, which reads, 1 out of 3 Biden supporters are just as stupid as the other 2.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, we roll on to the late night, early morning hours, as we like to call it, as we head into a Friday. The red wave, Florida. This is pretty interesting. The red wave in Florida is building, they say, as the number of registered Republicans in the state continues to grow. The party is set to make history come November as this will be the first statewide election where Republicans have a clear voter advantage over Democrats in the Sunshine State. Speaking in Florida's Walton County, Governor DeSantis discussing the growth that the state has witnessed in the wake of the coronavirus pandemic, with countless Americans flocking to what the governor has continually labeled the free state of Florida. However, the governor said he has encountered many Floridians, and including his own friends, who are worried that these individuals may repeat the pattern of moving and continuing to vote the same way, essentially bringing bad Democrat policies to their home new state. DeSantis, however, does not believe that is an issue. Are you embracing Florida? Are you trying to bring Florida here? That's what people ask. Well, let me just show you how it worked. When I got elected governor 4 years ago, there were almost 300,000 more registered Democrats in the state of Florida than Republicans. Prior to him being governor, the state never had more registered Republicans than Democrats. So we have never in the history of Florida actually won an election where there were more registered Republicans than Democrats. Well, on November 8th, that changes. Because not only do we have more registered Republicans, we have 305,000 more Republicans. Walton County is obviously a good county for us. I think I won 76% in 2018. But if you look at the gap between the R's and the D's here, we've increased our market in registration by about 35% in the last 4 years in Walton County. All right, interesting numbers. First statewide election with more registered Republicans than Democrats. So I guess the question then is, how many show up on Election Day? Turnout is always the key. Morning, Knucklebuster. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you too, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, did we learn anything from that hanging Chad back in 2000? I think maybe we have. I don't know. We'll see come November the 8th. That's what I'm going to be doing, is voting. And then November the 10th, I'm going to be celebrating the Marine Corps' 247th birthday. And November the 11th, I'll be celebrating Veterans Day. So that's a good thing to be doing. I missed a golden opportunity last night. Talking about Dolly Parton's bus there and that becoming an Airbnb. I should have called some people by names, and I'm talking names plural, not singular. So don't get your panties in a wad if you think I was talking about you. But I'm not gonna mention any tonight. We'll leave all that for another day. And I'm sorry I didn't say all that out loud. The Bible was written for the church and the nation of Israel. And that's all it was written for. We are the hands and feet of Jesus Christ on this earth, right?
Go ahead.
Yeah. You agree that we are the hands and feet of Jesus Christ on this earth?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's all we can do. You got to help each other. If you don't help each other, ain't nobody else going to help us there, right? I read where Lucille Goldberg, best known for her role in uncovering the Clinton-Lewinsky affair, died at 87. See?
I saw that, yes.
Yep. And Monica Lewinsky says that she's had issues with unavailable men from an early age. Well, Monica, here's a quarter call. Someone who cares. Someone who will listen. Yeah, and might give a damn. Maybe one of yours sordid affairs. Oh, thank you, Mr. Travis Tripp, for all that great music there. I hope he sings better than I do.
He does, yeah, trust me.
Yeah. I read where Biden was making fun of reporters by making faces at them, but I never could see the photos of the faces he was making at people. So I don't know. Were they goofy ones?
I haven't seen the photos. I haven't seen that story. He was making fun of people.
Yeah, the reporters up there at the White House, he was making faces at them, but that's what the article said. But I never could see no photos of the faces he was making. So I'm just curious. Maybe Tom T. Hall was writing that song about him. You know, the monkey that became president. There, I don't know. Well, anyway, I got some news for TB12, but you need to just go ahead and retire. They are not going to let you win an 8th Super Bowl ring. I promise you that. You should have learned something from that headbutt they gave you last year during that division game there, buddy. I mean, they should have knocked some sense into you to retire and go on, even as much as I like TB12. And did you read that there was a man burst into flames after the cops tased him over there in Arkansas?
I saw that video. What was in his backpack? What was it that blew up?
A gallon of gasoline.
Really? Wow. Okay.
Yeah. He was out riding a motorcycle, had no tags on it, and they started chasing him. And he didn't think he needed to stop for the police, but anyway, he took off on foot, and they tased him in the back, and that gallon of gasoline
sure did
blowed up on his
yes,
butt.
It did. Yes. Well, I mean, and here he was. He was doing the stop drop. He was rolling. But yeah, I don't know. Did they say how burned he was? He must have been burned up pretty good.
Yeah, they sent him to the hospital. He was burned up pretty good there. I thought that was pretty damn funny. And here's what I'm thinking. He was probably out in the middle of the night stealing gas just so he could ride around on his motorcycle and not have to pay for it. So, I don't know, man. That's crazy, you know.
It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to have a gallon of gas in your backpack. Yeah, I saw that video, but I didn't see any the story of what the heck was in the backpack. When they hit him with that taser, though, yes, he burst into flames. Pretty scary. Well, shouldn't have run from the police. First on the bike and then on his feet. It's 844-3388. Final hour ahead on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden is commending Micron Technology for its plan to build a new computer chip fabrication plant in New York. Speaking in Syracuse, Biden saying it's one of the most significant investments the country has ever seen. The president also saying he's doing his best to help bring gas prices down.
Today, the most common price of gas in America is $3.39, down from over $5 when I took office. We need to keep making that progress by having energy companies bring down the cost of a gallon of gas.
Gas actually cost $2.39 a gallon when President Biden took office. Top officials in Texas are announcing money for a new elementary school in Uvalde. Governor Greg Abbott was among those to reveal $15 million will go toward building a new school. The money comes after a shooting at Robb Elementary School back in May left 19 students and 2 teachers dead. Russian President Vladimir Putin says the war with Ukraine was brought on by the West in order to get global domination. On Fox News, Florida Republican Congressman Michael Walz says Russia's actions are their own and mark a serious realignment of world powers.
This is the most significant geopolitical shift since the end of the Cold War. We are seeing an alignment of autocracies. We are seeing China and Russia move closer together.
The Houston Astros will turn to their ace to start Game 1 of the World Series. The team announcing Justin Verlander will be on the mound in Friday night's matchup against the Philadelphia Phillies. Verlander will become the second pitcher to start a World Series game in 3 different decades, joining former Astro Roger Clemens. This is USA Radio News.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But if you can get both, why not? Especially when it comes to health care. And that's MediShare. You get both. The typical family saves $500 a month switching to MediShare. And that's huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. It's because MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge PPO network. So, yeah, really, you could save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. If you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number you need. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Last week, President Joe Biden announced that 15 million additional barrels of oil will be released from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, completing the release of 180 million barrels he promised earlier this year. Florida Republican Congressman Greg Steube says the oil should only be released in times of emergency, and it's hurting the economy.
The decisions that they are making and have made have cut down the domestic production of oil and gas.
The Strategic Reserve is at its lowest point since 1984 and contains about 400 million barrels of oil. One country is continuing to flex its military muscle.
A Chinese military contractor created a video showing off its new military technology, revealing a robot attack dog that can be dropped into a zone by a drone. The weapon then uses radar to search for targets, shooting anything that moves. With a Chinese QBB-97 light machine gun, that weapon fires 650 rounds per minute.
Lance Pry reporting from the USA Radio News' West Coast News Bureau. There's a mass exodus from the island nation of Cuba, and they're showing up at our southern border. Experts say they're fleeing a corrupt government that has destroyed the economy. The Powerball jackpot is now up to an estimated $800 million, the second biggest ever. The jackpot was about $700 million for Wednesday night's drawing, but nobody hit all 6 numbers. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
I had to laugh at that story. Yeah, Joe Biden. They played the quote. Yeah, gas prices were $5 a gallon when I took office. We're down $1.25 since the peak this summer. But they've been falling for the last 3 weeks as well, adding to real savings for the families today. Yeah, the most common price for a gallon is $3.39, down from over $5 when I took office. Well, both of those numbers are incorrect. It's not $3.39. The national average was $3.76 per gallon yesterday, not $3.39. And yes, the price was $2.39 per gallon on January the 20th of 2021 when he took office. Those are the numbers from the Energy Information Administration. What can I say that's stupid today? Yeah, then he said, remember last week when he said that he got the student loan debt legislation passed by 1 or 2 votes? Like it was an actual piece of legislation. It was never legislation. There was never a vote. It was an executive order. So they call him out on that. And then, of course, the courts last week putting a hold on the program saying, no, we've got a number of states. This is in the courts. So we've got like a hold, a moratorium. But now yesterday he said the checks will be going out in the next week or two. And I'm thinking, because horse feathers, we were talking last week and talking about, if you're going to get a $10,000 student loan forgiveness, they're not going to send you a check for $10,000. Yeah, the student loan numbers, the debt that you owe, if you owe $30,000, $10,000 of that will be wiped off what you owe, but they're not going to send you a check. And yesterday he said, the checks are going to be going out in the next week or two. We're going to win that case, he told reporters in Syracuse. Quote, I think in the next 2 weeks, we're going to see those checks going out. Oh, Sleepy Joe. He has no idea what's going on. Hello, Heat Wave.
Oh, good morning, senor. Well, yeah, it was nice to get the heart pumping again after seeing that spectacle earlier this evening. They really ought to let people know, hey, this is what's going to happen.
Well, they typically do.
Big Ed had told me.
It's always, I pull up the space launch dates all the time, but I don't know. They probably don't have it like on the news all over the state or whatever that, hey, at 6 o'clock, you'll be able to see this incredible sight. It's the SpaceX launch. What'd you think? It was a nuke or something going up?
Well, it's kind of like what Big Ed said with all the nuclear rhetoric going on. You just didn't know what in the hell it was going to be. So I figured, well, if I wasn't glowing green or burnt to a crisp, later on after we seen it, I guess I was doing pretty good.
Yep.
But yeah, we had no idea. And I've got a cousin, and his wife is a lieutenant colonel there at Edwards Air Force Base at one of the medical squadrons. And he said he was on the day, and then he went ahead and pulled it up saying, yeah, it was launched from Vandenberg. And, they got to thinking, well, where is Vandenberg Air Force Base, California?
Correct.
And Ed said it's Lompoc, California. I'm like, well, where the hell is that? And he says, well, it's right next to Vandenberg. Well, that really don't tell me a whole hell of a lot. So, yeah, I went ahead and looked it up, and it seems like it's on the kind of the northwest side of the Grapevine Pass, that area. So just north of Hollywood, or Los Angeles, Hollywood, Hollyweird, whatever you want to call it. So yeah, it was definitely an interesting light show for about 4.5 minutes.
Well, that was great video you got there, Heatwave, and you can go ahead and mark it on your calendar. This is October 28th. You got in a couple days. I guess that'll be Tuesday morning next week. There'll be another launch from Vandenberg a little before 2:30 in the morning, California time.
Well, hey, thanks for the heads up. I appreciate that.
That'll be an Atlas V rocket, 2:25 a.m. Pacific, 5:25 a.m. Eastern.
Well, which one of the two is the largest? Was the this 9? Was that a 9 that went up? An Atlas 9 or whatever?
That was the Falcon 9. That was a SpaceX. I'm not sure that this is an Atlas V rocket from the United Launch Alliance. I'm not sure how big that is, but it's going to have a couple of satellites on it as well. So.
Okay. All right. Well, at least now you know, and knowing is half the battle. So, other than that, we had a front come through from the west over the mountains to my neck of the woods, and yeah, it snowed pretty heavily there for a little bit. That wind was whipping, and that snow that was hitting, it was a heavy, wet snow. Unfortunately, it didn't last long. It's almost kind of reminded me of shades of last year, where we had one real good session, and then it was just dry. Nothing but, dryness until late January, early February, and even then we didn't get a whole lot. But just hope we don't have a repeat of last year's performance. Like I said, we need every bit of moisture we can get, and yeah, we're in the desert, and yeah, we're greedy, but we got to recharge them aquifers. And a lot of people starting to move out in our neck of the woods, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyways, yeah, that was about it. I know what I was going to talk about yesterday. During the Fetterman-Oz debate, the Democrats are screaming bloody murder, saying this is what's going to turn the tide. Because Oz had said that he believes the decisions should be made between the woman, her doctor, and I guess the local politicians about the abortion issue.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, well, isn't that what Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas said in his decision to vote against Roe versus Wade, that it ought to be up to the people, not politicians or lawyers? So what was so controversial about what Dr. Oz had said? I don't see it. But it's just something that the Democrats are doing because they are fearful of what's going to happen. These people that told you that you could not work because we have a pandemic going on, and we don't care about your bills. We don't care about your business. And then here they are. They're asking those same people they alienated, they're begging them for their job. Vote for me. Well, you know what? If the governor of New Mexico, I'm not voting for that silly shice. You know, why would I? But then again, you have just as many people feel the exact same way the governor does. You know, oh, she's done a good job of knocking out the COVID. Well, she chased off a lot of people from our state. So, and then when the decision come down to overturn Roe versus Wade, you know, she made New Mexico a baby-killing state by executive order. So, I mean, so what is her? She hasn't anything else to run on, so she has to run attack ads. You know, and it's just a crying damn shame that you can't say, well, you have to applaud me for this. You know, vote for me because I done this, which was positive. No, it's got to be attack ads. I have yet to see any political ad from our governor stating what she has done that was positive for the state.
Yep.
So, but other than that, I guess I'm going to go ahead and let you go, Senor. Have yourself a great weekend. I know when I get back tomorrow, I'm going to be doing a whole bunch of sleeping, and I'm going to be starting off in the Sunday at 6 p.m. here Mountain Time, making these silly trips to California and back. So, yeah, I'll be looking forward to that other rocket going off on the 29th, you said? Well, shoot, that's today. When is the 29th?
No,
Is that
it's
Saturday?
November 1st. That's going to be Tuesday. Tuesday morning.
You'll have to forgive me. I have another Fetterman Biden moment.
Yep, Tuesday morning.
Well, anyway, Senor, you have yourself a good night. Everyone stay safe out there, and let's come back again come Monday morning.
All right.
Good night,
Sounds like
Senor.
a plan. Have a great morning. There you go. Yeah, and I was looking at the launch schedule. It is a busy schedule in the month of November. So, yes, SpaceX has a number of launches. They've got the Falcon Heavy that's supposed to be going on that same morning, November 1. That's next Tuesday. So you'll have the Vandenberg launch at a little before 5:30 Eastern time. Then just a few hours later, 9:40, I believe. That's on the other coast, or down at the Kennedy Space Center. That's going to be the Falcon Heavy, the big one, slated to launch that same morning. And a couple days later, they've got a launch from, I believe it's the Wallops facility. They were up there at the coast there up of Virginia, I think. Yeah, busy schedule coming up here. Good morning to Kentucky Ken.
Hey, good morning, Steve. How are you this morning?
Better on Fridays. Isn't it always the case?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Yeah, I woke up at like 1:30 because I'm usually driving and I can't leave this morning. So, hey, a couple of different things that you hit on or was discussed tonight. You know, the one thing, I talked to my leader last couple of days, and he was saying, and he's been in the business over 25 years, the trucking industry. He says he does not remember it being this slow this time of year since like 2008, 2009. Now, I ran all week. I started in Wisconsin and have been running all week. I'm only going to end up with about 2,100 miles for the week. But a lot of the drivers that drive in the dedicated division I'm in, they were having trouble finding backhauls for any of them. And it's just been, he said he just don't remember anything like it. And then the thing you just touched on, I can tell you from every state I've been in this week, I have not seen $3.39 a gallon. And I think it's an absolute crying shame. Biden must think everybody's an idiot saying that gas was $5 a gallon
when he took office.
He took office. Unbelievable. I mean, just unbelievable. But no, I gotta lay around till probably 7, 8 o'clock, and always enjoy listening to your show. Don't call in a lot when I'm driving, but it's always a great show, and we appreciate you. Appreciate the Rambler. I love his sermons in the morning and his dedication to his service as well. But yeah, I'm ready to get home. I'm ready to get home. So hopefully it'll be a nice weekend in Greater Cincinnati. Get some more outside chores done. But just wanted to throw my 2 cents in on that.
Well, good to hear from you, Kentucky Ken. Be safe out there, and we'll look forward to hearing from you maybe next week. Have a great weekend. Yeah, the outdoor chores. Yeah, that was my thrill of the day yesterday. Yeah, busted out the lawnmower, and it wasn't really to mow the lawn. It was to mulch all those leaves. Grass, I mean, we had been so dry. Grass hadn't been growing for nothing. It's been crispy. We finally got a little bit of rain the other morning. But yeah, I mentioned the leaves coming down. So I had to break out the mower to mulch up all those leaves out there. And you step out 8 hours later, it's like, oh man, I just did this. It's not as bad yet, but yeah, I've got several trees where the leaves are almost cleared out. Now, front yard, there's a big, one of those artificial pear trees. And I don't know, certain trees drop leaves a lot sooner than others. The pear tree hasn't even begun to hardly change color yet. It's still mostly green, a little bit of red in it. But that thing won't even start dropping leaves probably till about Thanksgiving. Most of the neighborhood's all cleaned up. And I know my neighbor Jim, he's a stickler about his yard and constantly out there mulching and mowing and all that. And he'll get all his leaves cleaned up from his yard, and then that damn pear tree will start dropping leaves all over his yard. I know he loves me for that come late November. Bill checking in on YouTube this morning. Steve, you heard anything from the Grump or the Monkey Gouger? It's been a while. I have not. Technically, we haven't heard from Gouger this morning, so it's been 2 full weeks since I've heard from him. I don't know if anybody's talked to the Gouger in a couple weeks. Grump, it's probably been at least 2, 3, maybe 4 weeks since Grump's checked in. Have not heard a peep from those guys. All right, so yeah, we just spoke to the heat wave there, Williams, Arizona this morning. Gary checks in. Morning, Steve, and all the overnight ride crew. Let's go, Brandon. Good morning from the Ice Cream Man. Checking in. You made my daughter, Paisley, happy when you said happy birthday to her last night. She listens to the show with me when I'm home, so I wanted to say thank you. That's great. Yeah. Always say happy birthday, and it was your birthday as well, right? The day before, day after, which was it? Let's see. Mike says, we were talking about beer prices. $12.50 for a case of Natty Light. That pea water stuff. Natty Light, that's the El Cheapo stuff, right? If you're looking for cheap beer, you grab the Natty Light. Natty Light and the old Bush beer. The cheaper alternatives. Everything costing more. Great job, Brandon. Hello to Greg. Morning, y'all, from Cheyenne, Wyoming. About to hit the rack and then head home. Good morning, Steve. Hello to Double Trucker. Morning from the Loves in Ripley, New York. It's a beautiful night, 36 degrees with clear skies tonight. Let's see who else we got. There's Barry on board. Morning, Steve, and all the overnight drive crew, 31 degrees. Going up to 55 for a high today. Let's go, Brandon. On down to Mr. Harris there, M-O-O-N. Looks like we made it to Friday. Have a great weekend, Steve. We'll check you out Monday morning. Thank you much. Have a great weekend. All right. Let's see. Matt says, Kentucky Ken, it's pretty steady out here. If you're running spot market only, yeah, it is getting slow. Now, we do contract work outbound and back, so Everybody stay safe. I hope things pick up. And yeah, where's American Eagle been? He didn't get banned, did he? No? Let's see. One Houston driver to another. Ring that phone, Eagle. I think he had actually dialed us up one morning earlier this week. He dropped off and never called back. But yeah, we haven't heard from Eagle all week, have we? All right, hey, final day. This is the final day of the $1,000 Daily Driver Bonus Cash Giveaway with our friends at TNCRadio.live. I'm going to give you two keywords, all right? Technically, my second keyword of the day, which is bend, B-E-N-D. Bend is keyword number one. Now, don't tell Tom Kelly, but coming up later this morning, and I know many of you can't be up 24 hours a day, but at 10 a.m. this morning, they're going to announce the keyword cash, C-A-S-H. So I can give you a heads up on that. You can go over, and that'll be all three keywords that I've got this morning. Day was our keyword earlier. Bend, B-E-N-D, and C-A-S-H. Go to TNCRadio.live or use the TNCRadio.live app. Enter those keywords. And again, you'll hear that keyword cash coming up at 10 a.m. I'm not sure exactly what the 7 p.m. keyword will be, but yeah, come 7 o'clock this evening, Eastern Time, that will be the final keyword in our 6-week contest. Hard to believe it's already 6 weeks come and gone. Anyway, good luck on this final day from TNC Radio and Hot Shot Secret. All righty, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil Storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and at the same time combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. Store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And I'd like to mention, if you'll go to goldeagle.com, they're the manufacturer of Sta-Bil and Clindo and a product known as Heat. You're familiar with that? Heat? Another product that's been around for many, many years. That and so much more. If you want to order via goldeagle.com, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout, and they'll knock 15% off your entire order there. Overnight Drive, all one word, from goldeagle.com. That's where you'll find your Sta-Bil as you get ready to stow your things away for the winter months ahead. All right, about a minute before we hit our bottom of the hour news break, we'll get back to the calls here. I think Pappy is going to check in. Knucklebuster, it's like Gilligan maybe checking in as well. Yeah, someone brought up the lockdowns that we contended with during the pandemic, right? The rest of the world is pretty much stopped with the nonsense that the lockdowns, as we know factually, did not work. Never, ever stopped the COVID for a period of time. In some cases, it might have slowed the spread, but as soon as the lockdowns ended, time and time again, it began to run rampant again. Why does China continue to pursue the COVID zero policies? They have done this from day number one. Much of the world followed suit like they were doing initially. But I said the rest of the world's given up on it. China right now has plunged back into lockdown in parts of the country. 800,000 people in Wuhan alone are back in lockdown right now as they continue this COVID zero policy. It's insanity, if you ask me. The world's strictest lockdown. News break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden is commending Micron Technology for its plan to build a new computer chip fabrication plant in New York. Speaking in Syracuse, Biden saying it's one of the most significant investments the country has ever seen. Top officials in Texas are announcing money for a new elementary school in Uvalde. Governor Greg Abbott was among those to reveal $15 million will go toward building a new school. The money comes after a shooting at Robb Elementary School back in May left 19 students and 2 teachers dead. The Houston Astros will turn to their ace to start Game 1 of the World Series. The team announcing Justin Verlander will be on the mound in Friday night's matchup against the Philadelphia Phillies. Verlander will become the second pitcher to start a World Series game in 3 different decades, joining former Astro Roger Clemens. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
The 1920 to 1938 Buffalo Nickel, a true American classic and one of the most iconic coins in history. It's been more than 80 years since the last Buffalo nickel coin was struck. But now, for a limited time only, full 1-pound bags of original U.S. government-struck Buffalo nickels are being released to the public. That's right, you can own a full pound of 1920 to 1938 classic American Buffalo nickel coins, all in very good collector condition, with fully visible dates and mint marks, guaranteed. Call 1-800-895-7267 now to secure a full pound of collector's-grade U.S. Buffalo nickels struck during the Roaring '20s and the Great Depression. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $10, free with every order. Call now, 1-800-895-7267 to secure your full pound bag of Buffalo nickels before they're gone. 1-800-895-7267. That's 1-800-895-7267.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little suggested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I was just looking at the rest of the story about the China lockdowns, which continue. Beijing has this no-tolerance approach to the virus. They lock down city after city with just a handful of cases. In this case, I think they had 25 new infections a day this past week. Xi Jinping, who was, by the way, last week made the emperor for life in China. Yeah, third-time referendum thing. This guy's going to be the leader till he dies, apparently. He's using what has been dubbed the world's strictest lockdown to control the people. Wuhan has now joined 27 other cities under varying levels of lockdown rules, with nearly 210 million people impacted by the restrictions. While the rest of the world appears to be moving on from COVID, China continues to use their brutal policies, trying to stop the virus. Now, China nationwide recorded just 1,000 new cases out of their population of 1.4 billion people. Wuhan registered 240 cases in the last 2 weeks. So 240 cases, but we're locking down 800,000 people in one district. Everybody ordered to stay home. Do not leave your home. All right, Pappy, I believe, here on a Friday. What's going on?
Ain't got nothing to do with COVID, Steve. They can lock them down because they can.
Control the people. Is that the key?
How many billion people did you say?
1.4 billion.
1.4. Just think if 1.4 billion people in China went, not today, pal. You ain't locking us down today. Ain't too much you'd be able to do about it, I don't think.
I wouldn't think.
That's a lot of people, you know. Hey, real quick, Steve, when we went to Tasers, they made us take the mace off our gun belts. They were saying, yep, you mace somebody, you can catch them on fire. So we were like, I got to see this to believe it. Went down to the range, took a can of mace, sprayed this T-shirt, hit it with the taser, nothing. It's like, all right, dumped a whole can of mace on that T-shirt, hit it with the taser, nothing. So we took, 4 or 5 cans, Steve. We dumped these cans on this T-shirt. I mean, this thing was dripping, right?
Yeah.
Hit it with the taser, poof, thing went up in flames. So, if that dude, I didn't see the video, but if this dude was, had some gas in his backpack and one of them barbs went in that gas.
Boom.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because he lit up like a Christmas tree. I mean, and it just, obviously the fluid just engulfed his whole body. I mean, he was, you know, kind of like the movies when you got the person on fire in the movie scenes and all that. That's what it was like.
Ain't no stop, drop, and roll going to help him.
He was dropping and he was rolling, but it wasn't going out. They didn't get it out.
Yeah.
The cop got a fire extinguisher, and that's what got him out. So,
let me ask you something, Steve. If you was in a relationship and the other half, the better part of your relationship person, was a constant liar, would lie straight to your face constantly, Steve, how long would that relationship probably last? How long would you put up with somebody that just lies to your face?
Yeah, I don't think it'd last too long. How about you? Nobody likes a liar.
You know, nobody. You know, 2 things I can't stand, Steve, and that's a thief and a liar. And you know, we talked about this before. This man will look straight in the camera and lie to the American people's faces. Flat out look in the camera and lie. What's that tell you about a person, Steve?
Oh, at this
I mean,
point,
seriously,
I wonder, is it lying, or is he just that far lost, cognitively gone, that he doesn't even know what the hell he's saying, or he doesn't have a clue. He doesn't even know what gas prices were when he took office, probably.
Well, he's going to lie about it. He might not know, but he's going to lie about it.
Well, that's true.
All right, last thing I'll get off of here because it's getting late. You got other callers. Listen, man, got to give Moose the big cookie for tonight. That was one heck of a call. I was standing tall out of attention in this cruiser. Yes, sir. The only thing that could have made it better is maybe American Beautiful music playing in the background.
Okay.
Come on, man. Right on, man. Got to give it to him, man. I mean, and caller Steve right behind him. Great call. You know the difference between, I will stand behind Moose any day, Steve, when the crisis hit and the lead starts flying. You know why? You know the difference between concealment and cover? When the lead starts flying, Steve, concealment just hides you. The other person can't see you, but it's not going to stop a bullet. So if you're standing behind a big cardboard box, they might not be able to see you, but if they know you're there and they shoot into that cardboard box, you're going to get hit. So it's just concealment. Cover, right, will protect you from any lead being shot. Concrete wall, depending on the type of bullet, right?
Yes, sir.
So Moose provides the best of both worlds, Steve.
So you're going to get
provides concealment.
I've got your back. You say, I got your back. I'll be right behind you.
Got his back, babe.
Charge.
Charge. All right. Have a good night and enjoy the weekend.
Yes, sir. All right. Thank you, Pappy. Have a good morning. That's funny. All right. I'm right behind you, Moose. Go. Charge. It's 844-844-3388. Hello, Rooster. It's been a while. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve. How you going this morning, man?
Happy Friday. Doing well.
Yep, happy Friday. Yeah, I was out here doing my deal like always, listening to the show. And I'm not like the rest of these guys, Pappy and in there a while ago, chiming in. I was trying to pour a cup of coffee, and that comment that reporter made got me laughing so bad that I was like, this feel like we're living in the Twilight Zone, man. You know, when's this episode just going to be over with?
Right.
But just like Pat said, there's nothing worse than somebody just deliberately lying to you. You know, guy's got a blue shirt on, he's going to tell you that it's white. I just wish more of American people could hear news feeds like that instead of just, turning their blind eye to things. But anyway, with that being said, it won't be a few more days. Maybe things will get straightened back up a little bit. We'll see. But I hope everybody gets out and puts forth the effort to vote. We'll see what happens there in another week or so.
Yeah,
that's really all I have.
When Ron DeSantis, with the DeSantis announcement, when he says, hey, we got 300,000 more registered Republicans than we do Democrats, don't let that go to your head and say, well, I don't need to vote. We got plenty. We got plenty of votes, right?
Exactly.
Don't stay home. You got to get out there and vote.
Put forth the effort, people. That's right. Well, man, have a good Friday. I'll talk to you guys next week.
Appreciate you checking in, Rooster. From the email bag, steve@hotshotsecret.com. Happy Friday. Coffee up. Morning, Mr. Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. I would agree. I've been running since 1987. The 2008 big slowdown. And now the big slowdown is back. It's all kind of repeating itself. As far as the economy and politics, some people just don't learn. I'm being dragged to a Halloween party Saturday night. Going to be interesting. Anyway, have a great Halloween and a great weekend. We'll see you on Monday as we depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan. Make that flip back to Fort Wayne. Only 58 days till Christmas. Yeah, it's getting close enough. The wife's actually asking, how much are we going to have to spend? When can I order this? When can I order that? Yeah, young Rowan came in this past evening. Hey, Papa, let me show you what I want for Christmas. The first thing he pulls up is this big samurai sword. I said, Rowan, why do you want? I can't get you something. Come on, Papa, I really want it. And this isn't. I mean, it's because he said this is the one to my favorite character in whatever movie it is. What they carry. It's the kind of thing you'd actually want to put on the wall or on a display shelf or something. But I said, Rowan, that's a weapon. I can't buy you a samurai sword for Christmas. He's 10 years old, for crying out loud. Then he pulled up something. Oh, yeah, it was some sort of wire-free, I guess, Bluetooth headphones or something. I said, okay, that's something I can get on board with. Nice set of headphones. Okay. James says, whatever happened to Jolly Green? I heard the Sex Maniac the other day, but I don't recall him mentioning Jolly Green unless I've missed something over the last few weeks. No, there's another. I have no clue where Jolly Green's been. I'm friends with him on Facebook. I know he and his better half were up in Niagara Falls on a vacation. He was sharing a whole bunch of pictures. Looked like they were having a good time. Niagara Falls. I think that was last weekend. Yeah, last weekend may have been the weekend before. You know, the way time flies. But yeah, I do not have an update as far as Jolly Green's concerned. 15 before the hour. Yes, good morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning again, Mr. Steve Summers. Hell, I miss Stinger too. He was a little wild and crazy. I hadn't heard him since you got on this platform.
Who's that?
He was always hyped up.
Who was?
Yeah, he was always hyped up on caffeine or Sugar One.
Oh, Stinger. Okay, I didn't know who you said there. Yeah. Hello, my brother from another mother. Hail, salami, bacon. Hey. That's the guy.
Yeah. You know it. Well, whatever happened to freedom of speech, Steve? Everybody else wants to put their bull on the out, but I can't put my bull on the out. When we hung up just a little while ago, I started getting texts from somebody. They weren't smart enough to block their phone number, so I'll find out who it is anyway. Who'd you give my phone number out to?
I haven't given your phone number out to anybody.
Okay, I'll take that as the gospel truth. Me and Rambler will pray for you. Who do you think you are? Godless heather. You run your mouth on the radio, but you're too big of a female gentleman to tell you the P word to answer your phone. And then he called me Pusscake. And then he's telling me, shut the F up. And female gentleman to tell you what. Well, I'll let my lawyer find out his phone number there, who it is. It's out of Ohio there, so, so much for freedom of speech there. The only way he could have gotten that phone number, and I think it's Bullwinkle, cartoon character. He's a moose. But I may be wrong. It could either you or horse feathers. So I'll find out who give it out. So anyway, have a great day. I didn't authorize anybody to give my phone number out to anybody there. So have a good day, Steve Summers.
All right. Have a good weekend, Knucklebuster. I don't know what the heck. Well, happy Friday. It's 844-844-3388. We'll be back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, well, let's see. Morning, Steve, all the listeners out there. It's Friday. I too am being forced into a Halloween party tomorrow evening. I don't really want to go, but I suppose I'll have to be the designated driver. Anyway, this is our friend Steve in Columbus. He said the trash industry is very busy right now. We are maxing out on hours every week at the moment. Everybody enjoy your day and have a great weekend. All right. Yeah, got to get started there, Steve. Can't finish if you don't get started. But hey, at least it's Friday. You enjoy your weekend as well. Morning, Gilligan. What's happening?
Oh, not much. Just driving up 81 degrees of cups.
Yeah, the usual.
Hey, my normal gig. Hey, I gotta disagree with old 5-7 there. Maybe you're our political enemies. These people want to as Obama said, fundamentally change America, and not for the better. That's been very blatantly obvious. Also, it's not a race issue. It has nothing to do with race. Race has nothing to do with it. There's liberals in all races. There's socialists in all races. There's conservatives in all races. Every spectrum.
Yes.
They go throughout the races. Race has nothing to do with it. I don't know what else to say on that, but these people are truly trying to destroy the working class. They want us dependent on government. They think government is the answer to everything. We have seen what results in. You're talking about China and the lockdowns. Look at that. That's what you get. The government takes over and they just oppress their people. And unfortunately, there's so many people, you can't get that through their head. They think, well, it's all sunshine and lollipops. But now I'll get off my soapbox here. I am glad to hear we heard from the bomb squad tonight, and sound like neither one of them was on the devil's lettuce tonight. You notice that?
Yeah, I forgot to mention to him he needs to clarify things in the future when he tells him you're on the bomb.
Yeah,
the devil's lettuce is not the bomb, by the way.
And by the way, I need to remind everybody, Eskimo Mom's Halloween party, second annual, is Saturday night at 8 o'clock. I will be there helping her set up. Like I said, we'll have bobbing for apples, we'll have a pumpkin hunt contest, and we will have a costume contest. If I don't make it in on Monday morning, I'll be calling in on Tuesday morning with the winners of that. All of the prizes will be supplied by GMA and B Enterprises. So there'll be some exciting prizes, and I'm sure we will have some interesting costumes. plenty of truck parking. We can park in her yard. We can park there along the street. Don't worry, just come one, come all, to have a grand old time.
Yeah.
We might have to build a nice bonfire while we're at it. We know we can't throw pumpkins in it. That didn't work so good last year. So, but anyway, Steve, I hope everybody has a fun weekend and everybody enjoys the Halloween parties this weekend. Boy, I know it's going to be a big get-together Saturday night. Hopefully you can make it too. Take care, everybody.
Sounds like we got another
Thank you.
watermelon roast in the works, the way that sounds there. There you go. Big Moose?
Hey, man. I heard Knucklebuster on there. I ain't got his phone number. I only talked to him one time off of this platform, and that was piggybacked on your phone line. I don't know who's calling or texting him, but it certainly ain't me, because I certainly ain't got nothing to say to him. The man's an intellectual midget. You know, he does get on there. He's a blowhard. He says everything he wants to say anyway, so he's got all the freedom of speech he wants to. But he ain't going to be on there threatening me with no lawyer Jay Noble Daggett, like that little girl from True Grit, because I don't know. I have nothing to do with that man. Don't want his number. Don't have his number. Have no intention of ever talking to him again. Matter of fact, if his head was on fire, I wouldn't stop to piss on him, Steve. So, you know what? Let him blow all he wants to. Tell that to your attorney there, Knucklebuster. Y'all have a good evening.
What a way to close out a week. I had no idea what that was all about. Yeah, what Knucklebuster was talking about. I don't know. All right, final note here. We'll get one final check on our travelers' weather. It appears, November's almost here. We should be winding things down as far as the tropics are concerned, but forecasters tell us the way things are looking, the Atlantic not really showing any signs of taking a long winter's nap just yet. More than one tropical system area of concern over the next week may develop in the Caribbean, they tell us. And there remains a possibility, based on some of the long-range forecast data right now, that a system could actually approach the United States. Well, in the Atlantic, a broad area of intense downpours and thunderstorms that extended for hundreds of miles east of the Bahamas through Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands to the eastern Caribbean, under the watchful eye of forecasters this past day. The development of a tropical or maybe subtropical system depends on whether or not it develops a center of circulation there. Then there's another area they're watching, not really a concern here for the lower 48, but development near Bermuda as well. Not a certainty there. Medium chance for tropical development through the weekend in that zone of the Atlantic that's northeast of the Bahamas, southwest of Bermuda. Tropical depression can form if this system also gets a closed circulation. But if the same circumstances unfold and winds hit 39 miles per hour or greater, that would be classified by the National Hurricane Center as a tropical or subtropical storm. Best chance for development of that particular feature likely maybe today or Saturday. Now, beyond Saturday, the window for further development begins to kind of close as cooler waters will begin to impact that particular system. But we'll keep an eye on the tropics in the coming weeks. Technically, hurricane season runs till the end of November. There you go. Have a great weekend. Thank you so much for being a part of the program. Hope you'll join us at the midnight hour Sunday night. We'll kick off a new week here on the Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.